Chapter 1113 Illusionary Curse. Chapter 1113 Illusionary Curse. Lightning crackled around Su Zimo's body as his wings of dermic powers flapped. In a flash, he lunged towards the blind old man at an extremely fast speed. The witch race was one of the primordial 9 races and possessed a noble bloodline. However, their bodies were relatively weak and were far inferior compared to the bodies of the god and dragon race. What the witch race specialized in was penetrative, unpredictable, and terrifying sorcery. Although Su Zimo's green lotus true body did not have a strong bloodline, his physique was tough and even Tao, Lord Dermic weapons, could not shake it. Therefore, he intended to fight the blind old man in melee combat. In reality, this battle would have been much simpler if it was his dragon true body. As long as he could close the distance, be it using his body, bloodline power, or baron, he would be able to deal immense damage to the blind old man. You must have a death wish. While Su Zimo was fast, the blind old man's reaction was even faster. Although he was blind, his ears became sharper as a result. Coupled with his massive spirit consciousness, he had already sensed Su Zimo's movements long ago. The blind old man slapped his storage bag, and a white-boned staff appeared in his palm. Above the rod was a menacing skull. The blind old man's staff paused gently on the ground as he chanted a series of strange incantations. Hoo hoo hoo! Suddenly, 9 skulls appeared in midair and charged toward Su Zimo. Skeleton Curse. The skeleton curse, released by the blind old man, was even stronger than the young master of the witch race. Su Zimo did not dare to be careless as Sanskrit rumbled in his consciousness. Om. Ma. And I. Pa. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth and spat out 4 Sanskrit words that were deafening. At the same time, he conjured hand seals. Bang. Boom. Boom. Dermic seals descended from the skies one after another and shone with a golden light, suppressing the incoming skulls. Finally, Su Zimo condensed a dermic seal and stood firm, as though he was rooted to the ground. The daming mantra combined with the 4 daming dermic seals burst forth instantly. Eventually, Su Zimo ended it with the immovable foundation seal. The daming mantra was a sound domain secret skill, and had always been successful. However, even after the Sanskrit sounds descended, the blind old man seemed to be completely unaffected. The skulls that was flying in midair merely paused for a moment before continuing to speed forward. The 3 Buddhist dermic seals, the Fiend Suppression Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, and Demon Subduing Seal, descended and were locked in a stalemate with 3 skulls for a moment. As for the remaining 6 skulls, they had already pounced on Su Zimo and were chomping down on him. The dermic power barrier formed by the immovable foundation seal was depleting at a visible speed. Ugh! Su Zimo grunted, and his face turned pale. His strength seemed weak in the face of a Dharma-characteristic expert of the witch race. At that moment, he missed the creation green lotus dearly. If he had the creation green lotus in his hands, the skulls would not be able to get close to him no matter what ghostly methods they used. Kill! Su Zimo reared his head and howled, releasing the sound domain secret skill, Thunderclap Kill. Now that he had obtained the Great Void Spirit Refinement section, the might of the sound domain secret skill had increased as well. The skulls that were initially gnawing on Su Zimo shuddered. All of a sudden, a gigantic demon beast appeared beneath Su Zimo. 4D. It stood upright like an immovable stone pillar. On its back was a gigantic shell with mysterious patterns etched on it. The demon beast had a pair of turtle and snake heads, and its eyes shone with a resplendent divine light as it reared its head and let out a long cry. The divine beast, the black tortoise, had descended. Stepping on the turtle and snake, an extremely strong dermic power burst forth from Su Zimo's body and repelled the 6 skulls on his body. He exerted strength once more and charged towards the blind old man. He could not win. He was no match in a head-on battle. Suzimo had already used all his trump cards even before he managed to break free of the skeleton curse. However, there was still no fear in his eyes. All he had to do was try his best to attract the blind old man's attention. The true killing move was not with him. At that moment, the fight between the two attracted everyone's attention. Even bystanders were in such a state, let alone the blind old man on the battlefield. Nobody noticed that the tragic cries of the void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect in the distance had suddenly stopped. Even if someone noticed it, they would not think too much about it. What did that mean? Looking at the charging Suzimo, the blind old man smirked coldly. To him, Suzimo was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was a fool's dream if this lad wanted to get close to him. He had countless methods to stop this lad and prevent the distance between them from ever closing. Suddenly, for no reason, the blind old man's heart skipped a beat. The palpitation was extremely mild. If it was anyone else, they would not care at all. However, the loss of the blind old man's sight caused his senses and perception of the outside world to become extremely sharp. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Not good. The blind old man's expression changed starkly as a layer of dark green light enveloped his body, turning him blurry. Unknowingly, a black figure appeared behind him. It was like a ghost or a phantom. It was like a god of massacre that walked through the night. Night Spirit had returned. This was a tacit understanding that only Suzimo and Night Spirit understood. The two of them did not even send voice transmissions or exchange glances. That was because Night Spirit knew that Suzimo could not defeat the Dharma characteristic expert of the witch race alone. If Suzimo had not attracted the blind old man's attention, Night Spirit would not have been able to get close to him so easily. The two of them could only kill this Dharma characteristic Tao, Lord of the Witch race, if they joined forces. The reason why he had Night Spirit chase after the void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect was to distract the blind old man. In reality, their plan had succeeded. However, the blind old man's reaction was fast enough. The moment Night Spirit appeared, he released the life-saving witchcraft of the witch race, Illusory Curse. His figure was almost illusory and unpredictable, blurry without any edges at all. Night Spirit reached out and grabbed forward. Although he managed to scratch the blind old man, there was no blood at all. The blind old man was right in front of him, but Night Spirit's attack missed. Up till this point of the battle, every single time Night Spirit attacked, there would definitely be cultivators dying. However, he failed this time round. This was a rare opportunity. If they missed it, Suzimo and Night Spirit might not be able to kill the blind old man. There were many strange, secret skills of the witch race. If the blind old man wanted to escape, Suzimo and Night Spirit might not be able to catch up to him given their capabilities. At that thought, a cold glint flashed through Night Spirit's eyes. Suddenly, a long, purple tail covered in scales appeared behind him. The tip of the long tail was extremely sharp and shone with a cold glint as it stabbed viciously in the direction of the blind old man. Flashes of blood appeared. Night Spirit's tail could break through illusions and pierce the blind old man's true body. Chapter 1114 Spirit Slaying Curse. Chapter 1114 Spirit Slaying Curse. Even so, the blind old man managed to dodge the fatal blow. His right chest was pierced by Night Spirit's tail and dripped with blood. Ah! He cried out in pain. Although the blind old man had cultivated to the Dharma characteristic realm and would not die even if his lungs were injured, his combat strength would definitely be affected by the loss of blood chi at his age. Furthermore, Night Spirit had already closed in on him. He was severely injured and was on the brink of death. Get lost. The blind old man's reaction was extremely fast. The moment Night Spirit's tail pierced him, he flipped his palm and conjured a dark green palm print that slammed towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit's tail was on the blind old man, and he could not dodge in time, merely able to prop up his arms. Bang! With a shudder, Night Spirit was sent flying by the blind old man's palm strike. However, he had a strong body and shocking physique. Even after receiving the full-powered attack of the blind old man, he merely bled from the corner of his mouth, and his body was fine. Night Spirit somersaulted in midair and disappeared once more. The 6 skulls that were initially entangled around Su Zimo dissipated instantly as well. Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he prepared to charge forward and join forces with Night Spirit to kill the blind old man completely. Right then, Wu Li struck in time. "Curse spear!" He chanted and waved the white bone staff in his hands. Dermic powers surged, and a dark green spear appeared in midair. The body of the spear exuded an extremely evil power. Even the ethereal peak cultivators who were watching from afar felt their heads spin with a single glance and were filled with evil thoughts, let alone Su Zimo, who was on the battlefield. It was truly hard to imagine the terrifying lethality of such an evil spear when it struck a human. Su Zimo paused, and his expression turned cold. Initially, he had intended to deal with this young master of the witch race later on. Now that this person was so eager to die, he would fulfill the latter's wish. Su Zimo closed his fingers and conjured a sword art. Instantly, gigantic stars appeared in the skies. An extremely sharp killing intent burst forth from Su Zimo's body and surged into the skies. Even the stars in the skies were starting to turn chaotic. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Heaven slaying sword art. Su Zimo's eyes narrowed as he looked at the incoming cursed spear. He waved his fingers like a sword and slashed 3 times. TSK, TSK, TSK. 3. White sword chi tore through the air. The entire void was like a gigantic piece of cloth that had 3 holes torn through it. At the nascent soul realm, given the cultivation of Su Zimo's essence spirit, he could only release a single sword chi. Now that he was at the void reversion realm, he could release 3 sword chi in one go. Of course, over the past 10 years, as he comprehended the heaven-slaying sword art, the might of the sword chi rose continuously as well. The 3 sword chi were stacked together, and the killing power was unleashed to its limits. Not to mention the cursed spear. Su Zimo believed that even the blind old man who was at the Dharma characteristic realm might not be able to escape unscathed from that attack. This was the most lethal out of the 3 ancient sword arts. Although the blind old man could not see, his expression changed the moment he sensed the 3 sword chi shooting out. Suddenly he roared, "Young master, run!" Before his words were finished, the heaven-slaying sword chi collided with the cursed spear. Almost without a pause, the evil spear was sliced into pieces by the 3 sword chi and shattered instantly. Wu Li's pupils constricted violently. Even without the blind old man's reminder, he could sense how terrifying the 3 sword chi were. Escape! With a pale face, Wu Li turned and fled. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than the heaven-slaying sword chi. Instantly, 3 sword chi descended on Wu Li. A flash of blood appeared. A figure charged out and staggered, turning into a dark green streak of light that sped into the distance at an astonishing speed. Su Zimo frowned. He's not dead. The might of the 3 heavenly slaying sword chi was reduced after colliding with the cursed spear. However, Su Zimo could clearly see that the 3 sword chi had indeed struck Wu Li's body. Not to mention that this person only had the bloodline of the witch race. Even the bloodline of the god and dragon race would die on the spot if they were struck by the three-sword chi. The killing power within could crush their essence spirits in the blink of an eye without giving them a chance to leave their body. How could the young master of the witch race escape? A doubt flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He did not think too much about it and moved to chase after the person. It was clear that Wu Li's steps were already staggered before he fled. From this, it could be seen that even if he could escape death, he was severely injured. Given Su Zimo's speed, Wu Li would definitely not be able to escape his pursuit if he gave it his all. This young master of the witch race had to die. After the experience with the palace lord of Blood Crow Palace, Su Zimo would not allow another tiger to return to its mountain. Even if he had to die, he had to kill Wu Li. However, just as he was about to move, a warning flashed through his mind. A strong sense of danger descended. Spirit slaying curse. Suddenly, the blind old man's voice sounded from behind Su Zimo. An essence spirit secret skill. Su Zimo did not turn back. However, a trace of spirit consciousness fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void, undetectable. It was like ripples on a calm lake. Without hesitation, Su Zimo activated the Mingwang prayer beads right away. Buzz! On his left wrist, the Mingwang prayer beads shone brightly and formed a barrier that shone with a golden light. Mysterious Sanskrit words appeared on it that contained immense divine power. The barrier was already formed, but it did not receive any impact. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. How could that be? Was it not an essence spirit secret skill? While he was confused, an evil and strange power suddenly appeared in his consciousness. The power gathered rapidly and created a dark green storm in Su Zimo's consciousness that swept towards his essence spirit. Pissed, Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. The blind old man's essence spirit secret skill could ignore the defense of the Mingwang prayer beads and descend into his consciousness out of thin air. Such a strange attack was truly unsettling. Essence spirit secret skills were impossible to defend against. Apart from resisting with essence spirit secret skills, only essence spirit dermic weapons could be used to defend. But now the blind old man's spirit-slaying curse could ignore essence, spirit, dermic weapons, and descend directly into a cultivator's consciousness. Even conjoint body mighty figures of the human race would die on the spot if they were to face this killing move. Back in the ancient war, there were countless human cultivators who died under the spirit-slaying curse. Unfortunately, the blind old man was facing Su Zimo. Apart from the Mingwang prayer beads, Su Zimo had another treasure on him. The treasure was in his consciousness. Chapter 11:15 The Dust Settles. Chapter 11:15 The Dust Settles. The D-Clan's half-martial ancestor attacked with terrifying strength and destroyed the Grade 6 Creation Green Lotus. However, the Creation Green Lotus was an utmost treasure of the world after all. Even if the lotus platform, stem, and leaves were all shattered without any spirit chi remaining, the 54 lotus seeds were still intact. In Su Zimo's consciousness, the black-haired essence spirit sat beneath the bare lotus platform. The moment the spirit-slaying curse's cyclone was formed, the black-haired essence spirit stood up and howled into the skies. Beside him, streaks of green light spewed out. 54 green lotus seeds gathered in his consciousness continuously and formed a sharp green lotus sword in the blink of an eye. This was an essence spirit secret skill unique to the creation Green Lotus. When this essence spirit secret skill was released, it could even sever the essence spirits of ordinary Dharma characteristic Tao lords. The black-haired essence spirit pointed forward with a burning gaze. The green lotus sword slashed down fiercely towards the incoming spirit, slaying cyclone. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The dark green spirit slaying Cyclone and Green Lotus sword froze instantly. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, the spirit slaying Cyclone dissipated in the blink of an eye. The Green Lotus sword split into 54 lotus seeds as well. They were dim and scattered in his consciousness without any spirit or glow. He had endured it. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and felt a sense of trepidation. Thankfully, he had not used the Green Lotus sword up till this point of the battle. Otherwise, the blind old man's spirit-slaying curse would have been enough to destroy his essence spirit. The cyclone of the spirit-slaying curse had dissipated. However, the evil power unique to the witch race lingered in his consciousness and turned into dark green streaks of light. To others, that power might be extremely threatening. However, against Su Zimo, who had cultivated the cultivation techniques of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects, there was not much impact. Before long, boundless Sanskrit sounds echoed in his consciousness. Golden light filled the air, and it was incomparably divine, as though the figures of Buddhas had appeared, destroying the evil power completely. The blind old man was slightly stunned. He waited for a while, but Tao, being desolate marshal who should have died, did not show any signs of death. Instead, he stood in midair with a powerful aura. How could that be? How could this lad defend against the spirit-slaying curse? Furthermore, it was a spirit-slaying curse released by him. During that moment of distraction, Night Spirit appeared once more with outstretched claws that reached for the blind old man's head. The blind old man shifted his feet and dodged to the side. However, he had already been closed in by Night Spirit and had lost the initiative. How could he escape so easily? Like a leech, Night Spirit followed close behind and attacked relentlessly. Night Spirit's every attack, be it the timing or angle, was perfect without any unnecessary movements. Poof! Finally, the blind old man's lungs were injured and he moved continuously. While panting heavily, he was slightly slower, and Night Spirit caught an opening, piercing his chest with a single claw swipe. Night Spirit dug the blind old man's heart out of his chest directly with his claws. It was a dark green heart. Even though it had already escaped from the blind old man's body, the heart was still beating. It was extremely evil and released a tremendous amount of power, as though it wanted to break free. Without hesitation, Night Spirit exerted strength in his palm. The blind old man's heart ruptured instantly and dark green blood splattered everywhere. Even though he was severely injured, the blind old man could still stand in midair with his body swaying slightly. There were 2 gigantic wounds on his chest that were dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. His blood chi was draining rapidly. His face was also aging, and wrinkles were growing at a visible rate. The former palace lord of Blood Crow Palace, the current Tao being Lone Soul, had already been captured alive by Nianqi and suppressed at the side with a horrified expression. Initially, he was hoping that the blind old man would kill Su Zimo and the others to save him. However, how could he have imagined that the situation would change in just a few breaths? Even the blind old man was severely injured and could die at any moment. Impossible. The blind old man let out a deep growl. The pitch-black sockets on his face glared at Su Zimo as he grit his teeth. How can you defend against the spirit-slaying curse? In that short period of time, Su Zimo had already purged the power of witchcraft in his consciousness. Looking down at the blind old man whose blood chi was declining, Su Zimo said indifferently, "Old thing, you're finished." In the ancient era, the witch race could not dominate Tianhuang mainland. You won't be able to do it today either. When they heard that, the ethereal peak cultivators felt their blood boil. Foo-foo. The blind old man laughed bitterly. He shook his head. "Desolate Marshal, you don't understand the witch race at all. You haven't witnessed the power of the witch race either. Just you wait. When the young master returns, all the living beings of the North region will die together. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape either. Su Zimo said coldly, I'll kill him personally and send him down to accompany you. After saying that, Su Zimo's figure flashed and endless electric arcs coiled around his body. Dermic power wings grew from his back as he sped in the direction where Wu Li fled. Su Zimo ignored the blind old man. Right now, the blind old man was severely injured and his blood chi was depleted. He was no match for Night Spirit at all. Right then, the blind old man suddenly turned around and looked at Night Spirit, who was not far away. He smirked sinisterly. So it's you. The blind old man's face was filled with excitement and fear as he grinned. I finally remember what you are. Night Spirit roared and interrupted the blind old man. Like a phantom, he lunged towards the blind old man. The blind old man's reaction was extremely fast as well. If he was carrying that broken body, there was no way he could escape from Night Spirit's pursuit. Sure. An essence spirit flew out from the top of his head and sped into the distance. Night Spirit followed, closely behind. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and the blind old man had already disappeared into the horizon. At this point of the battle, the dust had already settled. The ethereal peak cultivators were dumbfounded at the sight. The sect crisis was resolved just like that after the two of them appeared. Even after the three of them were far away, the group of cultivators still could not snap out of their stupor for a long time as a surreal feeling rose in their hearts. Who was that black-robed man? Given his cultivation and combat strength, he shouldn't be a nobody, right? I'm not sure. The blind old man seemed to be implying that he was not human. The old immortal crane did not explain when she heard the discussions around her. She had already guessed that the black-robed man should be Night Spirit. Night Spirit was probably the only one who could possess such combat strength. Back then, when Night Spirit was just born and was waiting to be fed, she was already alarmed. At that time, he was merely a palm-sized little beast. However, he managed to pierce her flesh with his claw. A warm expression appeared on the old immortal crane's face as she reminisced over the scene. Chapter 1116 Pursuit. Chapter 1116 Pursuit. Due to the sudden essence, spirit, secret skill from the blind old man that trapped him on the spot, Su Zimo had already lost the best opportunity to hunt down Wu Li. Although it did not take long, given Wu Li's speed he had long escaped. However, Su Zimo did not give up. At the spot where the heaven-slaying sword Qi struck, a bloodied body that was already split into two laid on the ground. It was this body that allowed Wu Li to escape death from the three heaven-slaying sword Qi. The methods of the witch race were unpredictable. As the young master of the witch race, it was not surprising for Wu Li to have such life-preservation means. Su Zimo sped in the direction that Wu Li escaped in. In reality, he had already lost track of Wu Li. However, Wu Li was injured, and there was a unique aura of the witch race's bloodline in his path. While others might not have noticed it, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had a keen sense of smell. He could capture that aura from midair and continued the chase through it. In midair, a dark green figure tore through the air at an extremely fast speed on a white bone staff. Wu Li's face was slightly pale and he was covered in wounds, looking wretched. Those wounds were left behind by the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword Qi. Although many spirit herbs had been applied to them, they showed no signs of healing. The wounds created by the heaven-slaying sword Qi possessed extremely terrifying tearing effects and bled continuously. Desolate Marshal, I'll definitely return the grudge today tenfold. Wu Li's eyes were filled with endless hatred as he grit his teeth and said bitterly, given his noble status, thorough preparations had been made for his departure from the ghost-cursed tomb this time round. According to Tao being lone soul, there were no conjoint body mighty figures in the 4 dynasties. In other words, even if he did not bring any helpers with him, he could dominate the 4 dynasties. In order to prevent any accidents, Uncle Lon escorted the trip personally. Although Uncle Lon was blind, he was a Dharma characteristic expert that possessed the capabilities to kill conjoint body mighty figures of the human race. In the current cultivation world, Mahayana patriarchs rarely appeared. Conjoint body mighty figures could be considered as the strongest cultivators. This meant that with Uncle Lon, Wu Li could do whatever he wanted in the entire North region, let alone the 4 dynasties. In fact, it was as they had expected. Along the way, they were almost completely unrestrained without any obstruction. Even Dragon Tiger's sect had to bow down to the might of the witch race. However, neither Wu Li nor the blind old man expected that there would be 2 anomalies in the North region. In terms of combat strength, those 2 were terrifying. Furthermore, they had no qualms towards the status of the witch race and killed without hesitation. It was as though the witch race was the true ants in the eyes of the 2 beasts. Although Wu Li did not attack much in this battle, he had 2 close brushes with death. First, Night Spirit closed in silently and destroyed the protection Dharmic weapon. Thereafter, Su Zimo's 3 heaven-slaying sword Qi forced him to release his destiny puppet. It was extremely difficult to cultivate a destiny puppet. He needed a proper living being that could be tempered continuously with the secret skills of the witch race and turned into his own puppet. At the critical moment, the destiny puppet could defend against a fatal attack. If not for the destiny puppet, the 3 heaven-slaying sword Qi would have been enough to turn Wu Li's body into minced meat instead of the few wounds on his body. As Wu Li sprinted, his speed gradually slowed down. He retrieved another elixir from his storage bag and swallowed it before regulating his breathing. If he were to continue sprinting at a high speed, it would be hard for his wounds to heal and the elixirs to take effect. However, less than 30 minutes later, Wu Li's heart skipped a beat as though he sensed something. It was like intuition. He suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. At their cultivation realm, this sort of whim would not happen for no reason. Suddenly, Wu Li turned around. At the end of the distant horizon, there was a faint flash of lightning that was speeding towards him. Pissed. He gasped. He was still being hunted. Wu Li did not dare to rest any longer and channeled his Dharmic powers hurriedly. Retrieving a haste talisman from his storage bag, he tore it apart and his speed increased exponentially. However, no matter how he sped up, even if he could leave Su Zimo behind temporarily, the latter would always catch up before long. Wu Li's expression was terrible. His eyes darted around as though he was plotting something. After pondering for a moment, he seemed to have made a decision and changed directions slightly before continuing forward. Su Zimo chased closely behind. He was not bothered when he noticed that Wu Li had changed directions. Wu Li could forget about escaping after he was targeted by Su Zimo. Both of them were at the Void Reversion Realm. Furthermore, Su Zimo cultivated the top 3 cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sections. His essence spirit was extremely condensed, and Wu Li was injured. If they continued chasing, Wu Li would definitely not be able to escape. Both of them had their own thoughts, and neither of them wanted to relax. The 2 of them traveled at lightning speed for an entire day and night. As the young master of the witch race, Wu Li was indeed capable. Apart from the fact that he was able to escape from Night Spirit and Su Zimo's 2 killing moves, his speed was also the fastest among his peers. Even with his lightning escape technique and ethereal wings, Su Zimo was unable to catch up and could only hang on from afar. Of course, a day and night was a huge drain on one's stamina. Wu Li's speed was clearly decreasing. The distance between them was closing bit by bit. However, as time passed, Su Zimo gradually frowned. The direction that Wu Li chose seemed to be. After running for a while more, the surrounding terrain and forest became somewhat familiar. Ahead was a lush forest. The towering ancient trees stood tall and lush. Their gigantic crowns were connected together, covering the skies. In the depths of the forest, it was dark and sinister, emitting a faint blood stench. Su Zimo had been here before, more than 100 years ago, in order to avoid the pursuit of the palace lord of Blood Crow Palace. He carried Night Spirit and escaped to this place, passing through the forest and entering the Dragon Bone Valley. Arriving at the edge of the forest, Wu Li paused for a moment before turning around to sneer at Su Zimo. Panting heavily, he gave a provocative look and burrowed into the forest. With a calm expression, Su Zimo charged into the forest as well. Many ancient living beings lived in the forest. Back when Su Zimo was still at the Foundation Establishment realm, traveling through this place was extremely treacherous and filled with dangers. But now that he was at the Void Reversion realm, there were not many living beings that could threaten him in the forest. Wu Li's figure shuttled ahead, barely visible. The two of them followed one after another. Before long, Wu Li crossed the forest and charged towards the endless sea of bones. As long as they passed through this forest, it would be the territory of the dragon race. That was the 9 forbidden grounds that cultivators referred to in Tianhuang mainland. The 9 forbidden grounds were considered friendly to the people of the 9 races. However, for the foreign races, there was no way they could survive. Standing in the sea of bones, Wu Li finally smiled and relaxed completely. Chapter 11:17. You won't have a chance. Chapter 11:17. You won't have a chance. Wu Li admired his decision. If he had followed his original route, he would have been caught by Su Zimo before he could escape to the ghost cursed tomb and turned into a corpse. Thankfully, he changed directions at the last moment and came here, the habitat of the dragon race, the Dragon Bone Valley. It was also one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. Although this was a forbidden ground for human cultivators, it was nothing to him. The moment Wu Li stepped into the sea of bones, the sea of bones seemed to have sensed something and began to churn. Countless bone fragments danced in the air as though they were about to condense into a gigantic and terrifying, ferocious beast. Wu Li smiled gently and flicked a drop of blood from his wound unhurriedly. The dark green blood formed a faint light barrier around his body. When the fragments in the sea of bones sensed the bloodline aura of Wu Li, they gradually calmed down as though nothing had happened. At the very least, the primordial 9 races could enter the outer perimeter of the Dragon Bone Valley at will. As the young master of the witch race, he would definitely be welcomed warmly by the dragons upon entering the Dragon Bone Valley. He had killed 3 birds with 1 stone by coming to the Dragon Bone Valley. Firstly, he could escape from danger. Secondly, the Dragon Bone Valley had the primordial divine spring. Given his status as the young master of the witch race, he was completely qualified to enjoy it. Thirdly, he could represent the witch race and discuss joining forces with the dragon race to plot against the North region. Chaos was rampant in Tianhuang mainland, and the fortune of the human race was wearing thin. Right now was the best time for the 9 races to reappear. Su Zimo arrived at the edge of the forest, but did not rush out. He stood under the shadows of the forest and watched everything quietly with a strange expression. Standing in the sea of bones, Wu Li turned around with a relaxed expression and looked at Su Zimo in the forest with a mocking gaze. "Desolate marshal, weren't you arrogant?" Wu Li sneered. "I'm standing right here. Why aren't you charging over?" Su Zimo did not move a single inch. The sea of bones was a little strange. Back then, if not for Night Spirit, he would not have been able to cross over and step onto that mountain to devour a dragon egg with Night Spirit. If Wu Li truly wanted to hide in the Dragon Bone Valley, there was no need for him to take the risk and enter the sea of bones. He had a simpler solution. You're smart to know the power of this place. Wu Li's expression darkened quickly as he grit his teeth with a venomous gaze. And your bloodline is inferior and you're not qualified to step foot in this place for the rest of your life. Just you wait. Wait for my revenge. Wait for me to descend to the North region once more and massacre the world. Ha ha ha. Wu Li's smile was sinister and filled with a chilling killing intent. Su Zimo was still unmoved and merely looked at Wu Li calmly with a strange expression that others would not be able to understand. You won't have a chance. Finally, Su Zimo replied indifferently. Wu Li sneered and turned to head into the depths of the sea of bones, nonchalantly. Su Zimo only turned to leave after Wu Li's figure disappeared. After leaving the forest, Su Zimo closed his eyes. His mind was clear, and his mind was immersed as his essence spirit began to summon his true body of the dragon race. Both essence spirits were Su Zimo. Although it was split into two, the two essence spirits could still sense each other. However, unless necessary, there would not be any connection between the two essence spirits in case it affected the cultivation of the other side. Now that Wu Li was hiding in the Dragon Bone Valley, the only one suitable to attack was the true body of the dragon race. At the same time, the true body of the dragon race was cultivating in seclusion in his cave. All of a sudden, two divine lights lit up in the dark cave. The true body of the dragon race received the call and woke up from seclusion, standing up. The two true bodies were connected. The true body of the dragon race knew that he would not be alerted if it was not something urgent. Before long, the true body of the Green Lotus transmitted all sorts of information regarding the calamity of the witch Gu in the North region. A cold glint flashed through the scarlet-haired Su Zimo's eyes with a fleeting killing intent. He pondered for a moment before retrieving a mask from his storage bag and putting it on. The mask was a treasure of the dragon race, known as the Scorching Moon Mask. Not only could it conceal one's appearance, it could also prevent the detection of cultivators. Thereafter, Su Zimo left the cave. Young master, you're out of seclusion. The moment he left his lair, an illumination dragon welcomed him. Right now, the scarlet-haired Su Zimo had a high status in the dragon race, especially the illumination dragon lineage. Su Zimo's gaze shifted, and he saw some dragons flying through the air towards a dark, green-robed cultivator. Young master, you came out of seclusion at the right time. The illumination dragon smiled. Just now, the young master of the witch race, Wu Li, visited our dragon race. I heard that he was injured outside and was about to head to the primordial divine spring for treatment. Oh! Su Zimo replied indifferently and asked, who will be receiving him? Long Tsong, of course. At the mention of that name, the illumination dragon could not help but reveal a look of reverence in his eyes as he whispered. Long Tsong is the only five-clawed divine dragon of our dragon race. If nothing goes wrong, he will definitely be the young master of our dragon race and the leader of the 5 lineages. Long Tsong, young master of the blue dragon lineage, number 1 of the heaven dragon ranking. Given his status as the young master of the dragon race, it was only natural for him to receive the young master of the witch race. Without saying anything, Su Zimo suddenly soared into the skies. If Wu Li were to meet Long Tsong, he might not have a chance to attack. Before long, Su Zimo arrived in midair and stopped the dragons. It's Brother Zhu. Although Su Zimo was wearing the Scorching Moon Mask, it was no secret to the dragons as all of them knew him. The leader, a blue dragon, cupped his fists and greeted with a smile. Yes. The scarlet-haired Su Zimo nodded and shifted his gaze to Wu Li. Suddenly he said, I just came out of seclusion and heard that the young master of the witch race had arrived. That delighted me, so I had to come and meet you. Someone from the dragon race introduced hurriedly, This is the young master of the illumination dragon lineage, Long Zhu. Huh. Wu Li burst into laughter. Sure, sure. He was truly elated. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be rather popular after coming to the dragon race. Even the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage took the initiative to welcome him personally. Instantly, Wu Li's face lit up. The other dragons had odd expressions. Although Su Zimo had only joined the dragon race for a mere 10 years, the dragons had a rough understanding of his personality. This person had a proud and aloof personality and rarely did such actions. Brother Wu, although this is our first time meeting, I already feel like old friends with you. The scarlet-haired Su Zimo smiled. Why don't you come over to my place for a short chat, Brother Wu? I can have a few drinks with you as a host. The dragons were stunned. They were here to receive Wu Li to the Blue Dragon lineage to meet with Long Song. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo appeared along the way. As the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, it was awkward for them to reject him as well. All the dragons looked at Wu Li instinctively. Chapter 1118 Exterminate. Chapter 1118 Exterminate. Wu Li was stunned. Instinctively, he felt that something was amiss. He had never met the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage before, let alone had any relationship with him. This guy seemed to be overly enthusiastic. However, he could not figure out what was amiss. Wu Li did not think too much about it. While the primordial 9 races were not harmonious, there were no deep grudges between them either. As the young master of the witch race, even if he was not received like an important guest at the Dragon Bone Valley, he wouldn't be in any danger. Furthermore, the person before him was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, and their statuses were rather similar. It was not an insult to his status to befriend this person. At that thought, Wu Li chuckled. All right, since fellow Taoist Long Zhu is so kind as to invite me, I'll accept it. Su Zimo nodded and turned slightly, making an inviting gesture as he walked alongside Wu Li towards his lair. The dragons that were initially welcoming Wu Li exchanged glances. Although they were all dragons, and there were even Dharma characteristic dragons among them, their statuses could not compare to Su Zimo's, and they could only watch as Su Zimo took Wu Li away. Many Illumination dragons had long received the news that Su Zimo was heading over with Wu Li and gathered nearby curiously. As expected of the young master, he sure is important enough to be able to invite the young master of the witch race over. That's true. By the looks of it, the two of them seem to have some sort of relationship. The dragons discussed. Listening to the discussions around him, Wu Li glanced sideways and chuckled. Fellow Taoist Long Zhu, although this is our first time meeting, I have a surreal feeling that we've known each other for a long time. You're not wrong. Su Zimo did not stop and replied in a seemingly casual manner. Wu Li was stunned. For a moment, he could not understand the meaning behind Su Zimo's words. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean? Have we met before? Wu Li revealed a reminiscent expression and said in a deep voice, This is the first time I've left the ghost curse tomb. In my memories, I don't think I've met you before. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned around. The corners of his lips beneath the mask curled up slightly as he said faintly, Of course, we've met before. When? Wu Li asked instinctively. Just a moment ago. Su Zimo sighed gently, as though he was blaming Wu Li for forgetting so quickly. When that sigh entered Wu Li's ears, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. At that moment, his mind was still in chaos. However, for some reason, he felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the scarlet mask on Su Zimo's face. They had just met. What did that mean? Su Zimo's figure flashed through Wu Li's mind. However, he quickly denied that conjecture. That was impossible. Su Zimo was already outside the sea of bones, and as a human, there was no way he could enter. What did this young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage mean by that? Fellow Taoist, take off your mask. Wu Li frowned slightly and glared at Su Zimo with an unfriendly expression. Since you invited me, you should be honest with me. There's no need to be secretive. Under normal circumstances, as a guest to the dragon race, even if he saw a dragon with a mask, there was no right for him to request the other party to remove it. That was way too rude. Furthermore, this was the Illumination Dragon, young master. However, at that moment, Wu Li felt a sense of anxiety. He could only sense a hint of mockery, pity, and sadness in the other party's gaze. This was definitely not normal. At that moment, there were many Illumination Dragons gathered here. When they saw the odd behavior of the two of them, they looked over. Su Zimo reached out and removed his mask slowly, revealing a delicate face. He smiled at Wu Li. You won't have a chance. That was the final sentence his green lotus true body left to Wu Li before leaving. Now that the sentence came forth from the dragon true body, it was like a death sentence. Wu Li looked at the familiar face before him and his pupils constricted. He felt his scalp tingle and his soul almost left his body. Apart from his hair color that was different from Dao being desolate martial whom he had seen before, the person before him had the same features and countenance. How was that possible? Why would desolate martial appear in the dragon race? Even if desolate martial was qualified to enter the Dragon Bone Valley, how could he have arrived earlier? There was no way Wu Li would be able to solve that complicated issue in that split second. Countless thoughts gathered, and finally, only a single voice remained. Escape. No matter how desolate Marshall arrived at the dragon race or gained a foothold here to even become the Illumination Dragon Young Master, Wu Li only knew one thing: the person before him wanted to kill him. The two of them were extremely close. It would be difficult for him to escape directly. Therefore, Wu Li instinctively activated his essence, spirit, secret skill, wanting to delay Su Zimo as much as possible. Spirit Slaying Curse. Wu Li activated the Spirit Slaying Curse. This strange secret skill of the witch race ignored the distance between them and descended once more into Su Zimo's consciousness. Releasing his essence, spirit, secret skill, Wu Li turned and fled. Those two actions were almost done in one go without any pause. However, the moment he turned around, he caught a glimpse of mockery in Su Zimo's eyes. Wu Li's heart sank instantly. He suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake. He should not have attacked. This was the Dragon Bone Valley. Given his status, as long as he did not attack, even if Desolate Marshal was the Illumination Dragon Young Master, the latter would not have any reason to be able to kill him. If he did, it would be equivalent to starting a war between the dragon and witch races. However, now that he had arrived at the Dragon Bone Valley and activated an essence, spirit, secret skill on a young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, it was equivalent to giving the other party a reason to kill him. Actually, Wu Li could not be blamed for that. Initially, he thought that he was out of danger completely. However, there was no way he would have expected that this terrifying monster incarnate would have been able to hunt him down to this point. They were even chatting casually moments earlier. Anyone who encountered such a creepy situation would be flustered. Right now, Wu Li only had a single thought. He hoped that he would be able to speak. As long as Su Zimo could not kill him instantly, he would be able to give all the dragons an explanation as long as he could speak. The moment he opened his mouth, Su Zimo activated the essence, spirit, secret skill of his dragon true body as well. A scarlet dragon scale appeared in his consciousness. This was no ordinary dragon scale. It was the most unique, one and only, reverse scale of a dragon. The dragon scale collided gently against the cyclone of the spirit slaying curse. Everything happened silently. The cyclone dissipated. Before Wu Li could say anything, his eyes widened as though he was struck by lightning, and the light in his eyes dimmed gradually. In his consciousness, his dark, green essence spirit was filled with cracks and had already dissipated. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Thump! Wu Li collapsed stiffly, and his life force dissipated, turning him into a corpse. The young master of the witch race died in the Dragon Bone Valley. Chapter 1119 Long Song. Chapter 1119 Long Song. The surroundings were silent. A moment later, an uproar broke out among the dragons. More and more dragons gathered here. The dragons that arrived later did not know what happened at all. The dragons who were initially here were at a loss as well. They could not understand why two people who were on good terms previously would fight all of a sudden. Furthermore, Essence Spirit secret skills were activated immediately. As for the young master of the witch race, his outcome was even worse. He was killed in a single move by their young master and died. Everything happened too quickly. The dragons that welcomed Wu Li initially had not gone far. They turned back hurriedly when they sensed the commotion, only to realize that the person who was alive earlier on was now a corpse. What's going on? One of the Dharma characteristic blue dragons was enraged and glared at Su Zimo sternly. Su Zimo shrugged his shoulders and replied indifferently, "I invited him out of goodwill. For some reason, he went crazy and released an essence spirit secret skill at me all of a sudden. He tried to kill me, and I killed him. It's that simple." Su Zimo spread his hands innocently. It was way too ridiculous. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon did not believe it at all. The young master of the witch race was fine earlier on. Why would he suddenly go crazy and release an essence spirit secret skill on Su Zimo? Long Zhu, although you're the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, you can't kill people without rhyme or reason. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon said coldly, "Who would believe your reason?" There were many dragons present at that time. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other dragons. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Indeed, the young master of the witch race attacked first. That's right. He went crazy for some reason and suddenly attacked our young master, even using an essence spirit secret skill. In my opinion, he deserved to die. Even in a fight between us dragons, we're not allowed to activate essence spirit secret skills. It's unforgivable. Some dragons commented. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon surveyed his surroundings and realized that none of the dragons had odd expressions. If it was a single dragon, he could have faked it. However, it was not possible that all the dragons present were on Su Zimo's side. Could the young master of the witch race have truly lost his mind to be bold enough to come to the dragon race to kill someone? The Dharma characteristic blue dragon's mind was in a mess. He knew that things were not that simple. However, he could not think of anything else and could only say hatefully, "Long Zhu, wait here." Killing the young master of the witch race is equivalent to causing a calamity. This matter won't end so easily. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon was about to leave when he saw a group of dragons approaching from the skies not far away. The dragon in the lead wore blue armor and had handsome features. He was tall and had an extraordinary bearing as he walked at the front. There were no dragons that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The dragons surrounded this person like stars surrounding the moon. The appearance of this dragon attracted the attention of all the dragons. Su Zimo raised his head and his gaze froze. Long Song. Without the need for introductions, he could already guess that this was the young master of the blue dragon lineage, the number 1 of the heaven dragon ranking, and the only 5-clawed divine dragon, Long Song. Long Song had a unique aura. The aura circulated around him and produced a unique atmosphere. Under the atmosphere, all the dragons had to lower their heads unconsciously. A 5-clawed divine dragon, a sovereign of the dragon race. This was a bloodline suppression. However, this suppression was only targeted at other dragons and had no effect on Su Zimo. "Young master, you're here." The Dharma characteristic blue dragon from before hurried forward and greeted with cupped fists. Long Tsang nodded and looked at Wu Li's corpse expressionlessly. The blue dragon's heart sank as he recounted everything that happened earlier on in detail, and even scolded Su Zimo at the same time. Long Tsang remained silent and stood on the spot with an unchanged expression. No one knew what he was thinking. The initial clamor and discussions calmed down quickly. The surroundings were silent. The dragons held their breaths in awe. It was as though they did not even dare to breathe loudly without Long Tsang speaking. The dragons were afraid of disturbing the young master of the blue dragon and incurring the wrath of the five-clawed divine dragon. This was authority. Even though he did not say anything, it was enough to shock everyone present. Su Zimo was the only one who had a calm expression. He could not sense any pressure or aura from Long Tsang at all. Although his bloodline was impure, after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, it was not weaker than Long Tsang's. Dead. Long Tsang suddenly smiled without any emotions. There were many different types of smiles. Some people smiled because they were amused. Some people smiled because they wanted to kill someone. The dragons did not know what Long Tsang's smile meant under such circumstances. All of them gulped, but no one said anything. Right then, powerful mites descended one after another. During this short while, the death of the young master of the witch race had already alarmed the elders of the 5 lineages. 5 elders descended from the skies and frowned as they looked at Wu Li's corpse. On the side of the Illumination Dragon lineage, it was still Elder 4 who appeared to take charge of these matters. The elder of the Horned Dragon lineage was an old acquaintance named Long Zhong. Back then, after Su Zimo defeated Long Yang in the Dragon Blood battlefield, this elder of the Horned Dragon lineage leaped out and schemed to get his hands on Baron and the reverse scale secret skills. However, he was blocked by Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage. In that short period of time, someone had already recounted everything that happened. The 5 elders had different expressions. Long Zhong's old face was ugly as he glared at Su Zimo and hollered, "Long Zhu, how dare you? Kneel down." There was already animosity between the two of them. Although he was an elder of the Horned Dragon lineage, Su Zimo did not have a good impression of him. "Why should I kneel?" Su Zimo glanced at Long Zhong and asked instead. Long Zhong's expression was sharp as he pointed at Wu Li's corpse and said coldly, "You clearly know his identity, yet you still dare to kill him. What's your motive? Are you trying to sow discord between the witch and dragon races?" That was a truly impressive accusation. The dragon's expressions changed. Many dragons who had some ties with Su Zimo were secretly worried for him. Even if discord was sowed, he was the one who provoked it. What has it got to do with me? On the other hand, Su Zimo was calm as usual as he sneered, "Elder, do you mean that he's allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to fight back?" "I didn't say. This is the Dragonbone Valley." The elder of the Horned Dragon lineage merely uttered 3 words before he was interrupted by Su Zimo. "An outsider arrived at our Dragonbone Valley and released an essence spirit secret skill against a young master of the dragon race to kill him. Yet you're blaming me for fighting back, Elder Long Zhong? Elder, do you mean that dragons should be killed by witches? My life as a young master of the dragon race is inferior to the life of a young master of the witch race? Elder Long Zhong, I really want to ask if you're from the witch race or the dragon race." The series of questions were meant to kill. They were even graver than the accusation Long Zhong had planted. Long Zhong's face flushed red, and he was speechless for a moment. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he was so angry that he was trembling. Chapter 1120, 2 Loopholes. Chapter 1120, 2 Loopholes. "Long Zhu, don't be rude." When he saw Long Zhong's ugly expression and fuming with anger, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 coughed gently and chided him symbolically. Although combat strength was paramount among the dragon race, there was a strict hierarchy. Even if Su Zimo was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, he could not provoke an elder of the dragon race like that. Of course, the young master of the dragon race and the 5 lineages had a status that was even higher than the elders. How lawless! Long Zhong took a deep breath of air and glared at Su Zimo, saying coldly, "Long Zhu, your identity and background are unknown, and you have an impure bloodline. You only arrived here 10 years ago. If we're talking about outsiders, you're more like an outsider." If he had said that 10 years ago, it might have caused quite a stir. However, Su Zimo had already established himself in the dragon race within that 10 years. He was the Illumination Dragon Young Master and the number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Who would believe claims that he was an outsider now? Some Illumination Dragons looked at Long Zhong's flustered expression and pouted in disdain. Sensing the gazes from the surroundings, Long Zhong was even more enraged as he questioned loudly, "Long Zhu, let me ask you, even if he attacked first, why didn't you show mercy and exercise restraint?" "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow and asked instead, "An outsider went berserk and tried to murder me, and yet you're asking me to exercise restraint, Elder Long Zhong." Chuckles sounded from the dragons. To be fair, as long as Wu Li was the one who attacked first, Su Zimo would always have the advantage for this matter. Even in a fight between dragons, essence spirit secret skills are not allowed in the habitat, let alone between other races. Su Zimo continued, "Everyone knows that essence spirit secret skills are extremely dangerous. I don't quite understand how I should exercise restraint in a fight between essence, spirit, secret skills. Could you teach me, Elder Long Zhong?" "You." Long Zhong narrowed his eyes, and a killing intent surged within them. "Forget it. Let's not argue for now." The elder of the hornless dragon lineage stood out to mediate the situation. "Let's think about how we should resolve this situation first. What can we do?" Long Zhong harumphed coldly. "As the young master of the witch race, Wu Li has a noble bloodline and status. Now that he's dead, the location of his death will naturally be divined by a mighty figure of the witch race. Our dragon race won't be able to escape responsibility. At that time, if the witch race comes to question us, we'll just hand Long Zhu over. A life for a life." When he heard that, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 frowned and said resolutely no. The elder of the Blue Dragon lineage looked towards Long Tsong, who was on the ground from time to time. Although Long Tsong was not old, as the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race, his authority was not weaker than an elder of the Blue Dragon lineage. However, from the beginning to the end, Long Tsong did not express anything and merely listened with a quiet, calm expression. Therefore, the elder of the Blue Dragon lineage did not say anything either. The elder of the Winged Dragon lineage nodded. "That's right. If we hand Long Zhu over, it'll seem as though the dragon race is afraid of the witch race. Furthermore, the young master of the witch race was the one in the wrong for this matter." No matter how they looked at it, there was something fishy about this matter. However, the elders could not figure out the crux of the matter. No matter what, Long Zhu attacked recklessly and killed the young master of the witch race. We can't let this matter rest just like that. We have to be accountable for it. Long Zhong refused to relent on Su Zimo. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 nodded. "That's right, we should give him some punishment and teach him a lesson." "That's right." Long Zhong nodded repeatedly. "He must be severely punished." After a brief pause, he could not help but send a voice transmission. "How about we have him hand over the Baron and reverse scale secret skills?" As though he had not heard anything, Illumination Dragon Elder said in a deep voice, "Long Zhu, you're reckless and sharp. Now that you've caused such a huge trouble, I'll punish you to reflect on your mistakes in the lair. You're not allowed to exit seclusion until you reach the perfected void reversion realm." When he heard that, Suzimo was slightly stunned. However, he recovered quickly and smiled internally as he cupped his fists. Understood. How was that a punishment? For most dragons, they spent most of their time in seclusion in their lairs. Furthermore, this action was more of a form of protection than a punishment. The death of the young master of the witch race would definitely cause quite a stir. However, letting Suzimo enter seclusion was equivalent to letting him avoid this crisis. By the time he cultivated to the perfected void reversion realm and obtained the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, he would have entered the Dharma characteristic realm and comprehended his innate divine powers. By then, this storm would have long been forgotten. All the elders present exchanged glances. How could they not understand what was going on? However, the elders had a tacit understanding and did not say anything. Only Long Zhong's expression darkened as he nodded repeatedly. Great, great. This punishment sure is fair. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left without even looking at Suzimo. The remaining 4 elders dispersed as well. Just as Suzimo was about to turn and leave, he realized that Long Tsang was watching him from afar. Long Tsang had a fake smile on his face, and his gaze was deep, as though he could read Suzimo's mind. Is there anything? Suzimo raised his brow. Long Tsang strode over, and only stopped when he stood before Suzimo. He was a head taller than Suzimo. Looking down in a condescending manner, he smirked and said softly in an inaudible voice, "Your plan is perfect, but there were 2 loopholes." "Oh!" Suzimo was expressionless. Long Tsang said, "First, Wu Li was to meet me initially. However, you stopped him all of a sudden and he died right after. That's not a coincidence." Suzimo said nothing, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. He looked calm. Long Tsang did not mind Suzimo's lack of reaction and continued, "Second, Wu Li did attack you first. However, before he attacked, you made a move." Pausing for a moment, he leaned forward slightly and the smile in his eyes deepened as he whispered, "You removed your mask." When he heard that, Suzimo smiled. Indeed, Long Tsang was truly formidable. The 2 of them had only met for the first time, and this person had already displayed shocking insight. Although he was not present and merely listened to the narration of others, he caught 2 imperceptible loopholes of the matter. Suzimo did not comment. He raised his head slightly and met Long Tsang's gaze calmly. Long Tsang said, "At first glance, those 2 loopholes don't seem like much. However, if you think about it carefully, there's definitely more to it. When you first stopped Wu Li, you wore the scorching moon mask. That was why you guys were able to chat merrily. However, he released his essence, spirit, secret skill the moment you removed your mask. Let me guess. You guys should have known each other to begin with and have a deep feud. At the very least, Wu Li is afraid of you. Therefore, you wore a mask to meet him and lured him away. The moment you removed your mask, Wu Li thought that you wanted to kill him and was terrified. In his fluster, he released his essence, spirit, secret skill. That was the worst decision he ever made. That single mistake caused him his life. If he did not make a move, you wouldn't have dared to either. However, when he did, he fell into your trap and gave you a reason to attack." Long Tsang smiled gently and asked word by word, "Long Zhu, am I right?" Chapter 1121. Beat You into Submission. Chapter 1121. Beat You into Submission. It was an amazing insight, a powerful deduction through logic, coupled with the bloodline aura and pressure of the 5-clawed divine dragon on Long Tsang. Anyone else would have had a mental breakdown by now. Unfortunately, Suzimo still had the same expression. He looked calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. Although his thoughts were seemingly seen through, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. This was far from Long Tsong's expectations. After his five-clawed, divine, dragon bloodline awakened, no one among the younger generation of the dragon race could withstand his might, let alone face to face like this. Even if they were stared at by him for a moment, the other dragons would not be able to withstand it and would be at a loss. Long Tsong enjoyed the feeling of defeating others without a fight. However, everything was useless against Su Zimo. It was like a heavy punch that landed on cotton without any resistance. Su Zimo stood there with a calm expression. On the other hand, Long Tsong felt his heart stir, and he felt frustrated. It was an unpleasant feeling. All these years he had always been in control of everything. But now he could not see through Long Zhu at all. Long Tsong did not know that although Su Zimo looked calm, the latter was full of praises internally. Long Tsong was almost able to deduce the entire truth with the two loopholes. His capability was truly terrifying. Of course, no matter how Long Tsong racked his brains, he would not be able to guess that Su Zimo's essence spirit had split into two and formed two true bodies. Furthermore, he was wrong about one thing. In his opinion, Su Zimo would not dare to make a move if Wu Li had not made a move. He did not know that Su Zimo was decisive in killing. Even if Wu Li did not attack, he would definitely attack and kill the latter. There was no way Su Zimo would let Wu Li leave alive. Looking at Long Tsong in front of him, Su Zimo did not deny nor admit it. He merely said indifferently, "It's all guesswork on your part." Even if Long Tsong deduced the truth, he had no proof. Long Tsong frowned slightly, and the smile in his eyes gradually disappeared. "You don't seem like you're willing to submit." Long Tsong said faintly. Su Zimo smiled and asked instead, "Why should I submit?" Neither of them suppressed their voices. The dragons were dumbfounded. In the Dragon Bone Valley, there was not a dragon of the younger generation who dared to speak to Long Tsong in such a manner. This was a five-clawed divine dragon. In the future, he was destined to be the young master of the dragon race, an existence that the five lineages respected. In the eyes of the dragons, although Su Zimo was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage and the number one of the Hidden Dragon ranking, he did not have the qualifications to challenge Long Tsong. Interesting. Long Tsong extended his palm and patted Su Zimo on the shoulder gently. He spoke as though he was lecturing a child. "It's fine if you don't want to submit. Once you enter the Dharma characteristic realm, I'll beat you into submission." Although his words were casual, the dragons mourned for Su Zimo. They could almost see Su Zimo's tragic future. Su Zimo smiled gently and reached out to brush away the dust on his shoulder. Long Tsong's gaze froze when he saw that. He had just patted Su Zimo's shoulder earlier on, and yet the latter made such a motion. This was a provocation. This illumination dragon was challenging his dignity. Su Zimo said slowly, "When I enter the Dharma characteristic realm, you'd better hide lest you get pulled down from the number one of the Heaven Dragon ranking and fail to become the young master of the dragon race." It was tit for tat. Long Tsong was one of the strongest opponents he had encountered since he started cultivating. Su Zimo's fighting spirit was ignited by such a powerful opponent. All right. Long Tsong's gaze intensified, and he turned to leave without saying anything more, leaving behind a single sentence. "I'll wait for you." Before long, Long Tsong's group disappeared before the dragons. "This Long Zhu is truly reckless." A blue dragon said hatefully, "Young master, you should have been the one receiving the young master of the witch race." However, he jumped the gun and even killed the young master of the witch race. This is unforgivable. Long Tsong waved it off gently and said in a casual manner, "It's just a young master of the witch race. It doesn't matter if he's killed." Ah! The dragons were stunned. To them, this was no small matter and could not be resolved so easily. To think that young Master Long Tsong would have such an attitude. Long Tsang paused in his tracks and looked at the dragons beside him. It's a blessing that we have a monster incarnate in the younger generation of the dragon race who can kill the young master of the witch race in a single move. What's bad about it? After pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. Not bad. This lad has no manners and even dares to challenge me. I'll have to teach him a lesson. Young master, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. A blue dragon immediately said, once he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, I'll take action on behalf of you and teach that lad a lesson. You! Long Tsang glanced at him and chuckled. You can't beat him. Ah! The blue dragon was indignant and could not help but argue. Young master, no matter what, I'm still at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, and I'm 8th on the Heaven Dragon ranking. How strong can that lad be right after advancing to the Dharma characteristic realm? Long Tsang shook his head. I only have one question for you. Can you kill the young master of the witch race in a single move at the void reversion realm? The blue dragon was speechless. After hesitating for a long time, he whispered, perhaps the young master of the witch race was not strong enough, and that's why he was killed in a single move. However, even he could not believe his own words. The young masters of the 9 races were the most talented, possessing the greatest combat strength and potential of the younger generation. Long Zhu, don't disappoint me. Long Tsang turned around and murmured in the direction of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Over the years, he had been invincible among the younger generation, and no one had dared to challenge him, let alone fight him. Not only did Su Zimo's sharpness not anger him, it made him excited instead. The habitat of the Illumination Dragon. It was only after Long Tsang and the others left that the dragons closed in. Long Zhu, you were a little rash. Long she frowned and sighed with a worried expression. This tyrant dragon of the hornless dragon lineage had changed tremendously in the past 10 years. As long as she was by Su Zimo's side, she would become gentle and pleasant, speaking in soft tones. It's fine. Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly. It's still early anyway. He can't attack me while I'm at the void reversion realm. Long, she's eyes lit up as she clapped. That's right, that's a good idea. Cultivate slowly. As long as you don't advance to the Dharma characteristic realm, Long Tsang won't be able to attack you. Su Zimo shook his head and chuckled without commenting. Given his personality, how could he cultivate slowly because of Long Tsang's threat? He wanted to cultivate and advance to the Dharma characteristic realm as soon as possible to see if there were any more chapters at the back of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. When he returned to his lair, Su Zimo released the spirit platform, and his essence, spirit, began to summon his green lotus true body. After relaying everything that happened here, he severed the connection between his 2 true bodies and entered a long period of seclusion cultivation. Chapter 11:22 Heart Calming Mantra. Chapter 11:22 Heart Calming Mantra. Outside Dragonbone Valley. Su Zimo only felt relieved after receiving news from his dragon true body and left. Wu Li died in the Dragonbone Valley. If the witch race wanted revenge, they would only seek the dragon race and not Ethereal Peak. However, his dragon true body was already the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Coupled with the prideful nature of the dragon race, it would not be easy for the witch race to demand an explanation. The matter of the witch race could be considered as resolved temporarily. However, this trouble of the witch goo was not over yet. The main reason why this catastrophe could cause such a huge destruction was not because of the witch race, but the movement of all sorts of goo worms. Goo sect of the heretical doctrines was naturally the cause of the goo worm's disaster. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo moved once more. Within the palace, Xiaoning had not rested for the past few days and had been refining the 7 treasures blood transformation pill continuously. She had the cultivators of Great Zhou send them all over the north region to save as many mortals as possible. Her face was already pale without much color. The 7 Treasures Blood Transformation Pill was a grade 5 elixir. A long period of refinement was extremely taxing on the mind and energy of an elixir refinement master. Xiaoning's body swayed. Take a rest. Don't tire yourself out. For the past few days, Ji Yaoshua had been by Xiaoning's side as well. When she saw that Xiaoning did not look well, she could not help but persuade her worriedly. Over the past few days, she had tried to persuade Xiaoning countless times, but was rejected by the latter. Sister Yaoshua, I'm fine. Xiaoning gripped the small and exquisite elixir furnace hung on her chest gently and felt a warmth flow through her body, through her palm. She was invigorated, and the fatigue in her body seemed to have dissipated significantly. It was all thanks to this elixir furnace that she was able to survive for the past few days. Otherwise, she would have broken down long ago. Or rather, all these years, it was thanks to this elixir furnace that she was able to cultivate to the void reversion realm and attain such accomplishments in the Tao of elixir refinement. Xiaoning truly did not dare to rest and could not bear to. Along the way, she had personally witnessed the calamity caused by the trouble of the witch Gu. It was not an exaggeration to say that all living beings were devastated. Everywhere was just like hell on earth. Mortals who did not cultivate were completely defenseless against the goo-worms and could only be devoured gradually before dying. However, goo-worms that devoured the life essence of mortals would not die. Instead, they would gain sentience. Instinctively, these goo-worms would follow the aura of life and poison other mortals. The more life essence it devoured, the stronger the goo-worms would be. This meant that the longer this dragged on, the more innocent mortals would die under the goo-worms, and the destruction caused would be even more horrifying. Right then, a green figure descended from outside. Instinctively, Xiaoning looked over and could not help but exclaim in joy, "Brother!" It was Su Zimo who had returned from the Dragon Bone Valley. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Looking at Xiaoning's expression, he frowned slightly. "Xiaoning, we can't continue with the elixir refinement. You have to rest." "Brother, I can hold on." Xiaoning wanted to argue, but was rejected by Su Zimo. "No way." There was an unquestionable determination in his tone. He could tell that she was at her limits. The only reason why she could hold on was because she was expending her life force. If she continued with her elixir refinement, Xiaoning would tire herself out. Turning around, Su Zimo looked at Ji Yaoshua and said softly, "Take a rest as well. It's been hard on you these past few days." "I am fine." Pursing her lips, Ji Yaoshua smiled. "I'm just accompanying Xiaoning and not refining elixirs. I'm not tired. How much do you know about Gu techniques?" Su Zimo came to Xiaoning's side and asked a question to divert her attention so that she could finally relax her strung-up emotions. Actually, Gu techniques were not meant to harm people in the ancient era. Pondering for a moment, Xiaoning said, "Initially, the cultivators who created the Gu techniques never thought of using it to harm others. Instead, they used it to heal their injuries and raise their combat strength. It is similar to how poison can be used to kill others at times but save lives at others." Su Zimo nodded. According to the different properties of different goo-worms, it could indeed achieve such an effect. As the Gu techniques grew stronger and more Gu masters were produced, many factions were formed, resulting in the birth of some terrifying Gu worms. In the ancient era, there were many outstanding individuals with extraordinary knowledge. These experts realized that huge calamities might be caused if the Gu worms were allowed to roam freely, so they exterminated many of the frightening Gu worms. Xiaoning said, "The black blood Gu is something that should have been extinct." Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo murmured softly, "Why would a Gu worm that should have been extinct revive in this era?" "I don't know." Rubbing her glabella, Xiaoning shook her head as though she wanted to ease the fatigue in her mind. I'm afraid that only Goose Sect can provide an answer. No, there's someone else. Su Zimo shook his head with a cold glint in his eyes. The Palace Lord of Bloodcrow Palace, who is also the current Dao Being Lone Soul. Dao Being Lone Soul gained rebirth through assimilation on a Gu Master's body. As such, he naturally knew about the affairs of Gu Sect. When Su Zimo saw Xiaoning rub her glabella as well as Ji Yaoshua's exhausted expression, his heart stirred as he chanted a secret skill of the Buddhist monastery's softly, heart-calming mantra. This Buddhist mantra did not have any lethality and would only allow one to relieve their frustrations and calm their mind. The deeper one's understanding of Buddhism, the greater the effect of the heart-calming mantra. When Xiaoning and Ji Yaoshua heard the Sanskrit sound of the heart-calming mantra, they did not think too much about it. They merely felt that the Sanskrit sound was rather pleasant. Gradually, the two of them immersed themselves in it. The anxiety and worry in Xiaoning's eyes disappeared slowly as she closed her eyes. Ji Yaoshua was completely immersed in the Sanskrit as well. Under the effect of the heart-calming mantra, both of their minds felt extremely relaxed and relieved. As time passed by, the heart-calming mantra was completed. Xiaoning and Ji Yaoshua had their eyes closed. Both of them looked peaceful, and their brows were relaxed. They had already fallen asleep unknowingly. Carefully, Su Zimo placed the two of them down gently. He did not leave, but stood guard beside them. Unknowingly, a night passed. When the sun rose in the east, a beautiful figure lying beside Su Zimo moved. Xiaoning was the first to wake up. She blinked and sat up. Her eyes were still a little lost, as she did not know what had happened. She only remembered that when she was chatting with Su Zimo, she heard a pleasant Sanskrit sound. Everything went blank thereafter. Ah, it's daybreak, Xiaoning exclaimed. Thereafter, she realized that she could not feel any fatigue at all. She was already well rested after just a single night's sleep. Normally, if Xiaoning was completely exhausted mentally and physically, she might not be able to recover fully even after resting for 3 days and nights. However, with the help of the heart-calming mantra, Xiaoning's body and mind recovered rapidly after a night of sleep. Continue refining the elixirs and rest well. Su Zimo patted Xiaoning on the shoulder and instructed before getting up to leave. You're not waiting for Sister Yaoshua to wake up? Xiaoning asked. No. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. There are some things that have yet to be settled. I have to find an answer. Chapter 11:23 10,000 Goose Swamp. Chapter 11:23 10,000 Goose Swamp. By the time Su Zimo arrived at Ethereal Peak, the battlefield outside the sect had already been cleared. The moment he descended on the main peak, Night Spirit had already arrived silently. How is it? Su Zimo asked. Killed. Night Spirit remarked casually. Su Zimo looked at Night Spirit deeply, but did not ask further. The blind old man was a Dharma characteristic expert of the witch race, and his combat strength was comparable to a human conjoint body mighty figure. Night Spirit would definitely be able to protect himself, even though he hunted after the blind old man alone. However, the fact that he was able to kill the latter showed how terrifying his combat strength was. In reality, Night Spirit had never revealed his true strength in front of others. That was because ever since Night Spirit formed his core, he had not taken on his entire demon form. Even back in Myriad Phenomenon City, Night Spirit only revealed a tiny bit of himself. There was a secret in Night Spirit's heart. Su Zimo knew. However, he respected Night Spirit. As long as Night Spirit did not say anything, he would not probe further. Thereafter, the two of them arrived at the disciplinary hall of the sect and saw the dejected Dao Being Lone Soul, who was personally guarded by Nianqi. Dao Being Lone Soul raised his initially slumped head when he heard a commotion, At the sight of Su Zimo's figure, hatred filled the depths of his eyes once more. He was filled with hatred. He had not expected that with the strength of the witch race as a backing and an unparalleled momentum, everything would be destroyed by this green-robed cultivator. Back then, this green-robed cultivator was merely at the Foundation establishment realm. To him, that was like nothing but an ant. To think that this ant from the past would grow to such a terrifying realm in just 100 years. More than 100 years ago, Dao Bing Lone Soul's dominance plan did not succeed. On the surface, it was because of the Azura Yen Beichen's interference. However, in reality, the reason why Yen Beichen could arrive on time was because of Su Zimo. Back then, because Demoness Ji was worried about Su Zimo's safety, she made use of the relationship between Pure Maiden Sect and Azura Sect to inform Yen Beichen of Ethereal Peak's crisis. Fufufu. When he saw Su Zimo enter, Dao Bing Lone Soul sneered with a hoarse voice. "You failed, haven't you? The young master of the witch race is not someone an ant like you can threaten. When the witch race comes back, all of you from Ethereal Peak will die with me." Knowing that he was going to die today, Dao Bing Lone Soul no longer had any fear in his heart. "Sorry to disappoint you." Su Zimo replied indifferently, "Wu Li is already dead." Impossible." Dao Bing Lone Soul was first stunned before he shrieked. He did not believe it. The witch race was one of the primordial 9 races, and the young master of the witch race was the strongest among his peers. There was no way a human cultivator could kill the young master of the witch race. Su Zimo could not be bothered to argue with him. Arriving in front of Dao Bing Lone Soul, he looked down at this person who was once a domineering existence and asked, "Tell me, where is Gu Sect?" Dao Bing Lone Soul sneered, "The catastrophe caused by the black blood, Gu can't be controlled anymore, right? No matter what you ask, I won't tell you." Since he knew that he was going to die, he had already made up his mind not to reveal anything to Su Zimo. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I'll see for myself." Suddenly, Su Zimo reached out and pulled Dao Bing Lone Soul's essence spirit out. A ball of light appeared in his palm, and pitch-black threads extended from the ball of light, connecting to Dao Bing Lone Soul's essence spirit. This is... Dao Bing Lone Soul was stunned. Soul-searching art. His expression was filled with endless shock and fear. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his essence spirit, as though an invisible force was being absorbed by the black threads that coiled around his body endlessly. Su Zimo activated the soul-searching art and searched Dao Bing Lone Soul's memories repeatedly. Actually, as a remnant of the witch race, Dao Bing Lone Soul had many secrets in his memories. However, in order to resolve the current Gu Worm calamity, Su Zimo could only try his best to search for traces of Gu Sect in that vast sea of memories. A long time later, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Finally, in the latter half of Dao Bing Lone Soul's memories, he saw some clues about Gu Sect. After another short while, Su Zimo finally let out a long breath and ended the soul-searching art. Although Dao Bing Lone Soul's essence spirit did not die after the raid of the soul-searching art, its glow had dimmed completely. He stood frozen like an idiot that had lost any ability to think. Without hesitation, Su Zimo crushed Dao Bing Lone Soul's essence spirit and killed him. Although Dao Bing Lonely Soul was the catalyst for the outbreak of the witch Gu, it would not have caused such a terrifying destructive power without the appearance of an extinct Gu worm. If he wanted to take drastic measures to resolve the issue of the witch Gu, he could only seek an answer from Gu Sect. "Young master, are you planning to head to Gu Sect?" Nian Qi asked. "Yes." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. "I'll accompany you." Nian Qi stood out hurriedly and said eagerly, "Ethereal Peak has just gone through this huge battle. Stay and stabilize the situation." Su Zimo smiled. "Don't worry, I'm only going to check things out. Given my capabilities, there won't be many people who can stop me from escaping if I sense that something is amiss. I'll go with you." "Night Spirit," said from the side. "All right." Suzimo was elated. With Night Spirit's help, they could even venture into a tiger or dragon's lair. According to Xiaoning, although Gu sect was one of the 5 heretical doctrines, their overall strength was ranked at the bottom of the 5 heretical doctrines. That was because Gu masters spent too much effort to nurture Gu worms, and there were no top experts in the sect. The reason why Gu sect could be ranked among the 5 heretical doctrines was because of their terrifying, destructive power. The bloody calamity of the witch, Gu this time round, was an example of that. The Gu worms were still wreaking havoc in the north region. Suzimo did not linger in Ethereal Peak and sped towards the southwest with Night Spirit. In the cultivation world, there had been no Gu masters for countless years. The location of Gu sect was a secret to most cultivators. However, Suzimo discovered the location of Gu sect within Dao Being Lone Soul's memories. In the southwest corner of the north region, there was an area that was filled with poisonous miasma all year round. It covered the skies and was extremely powerful. Any living being that approached would die from the poison. This region was barren and uninhabited. It was a perilous land. Not to mention cultivators, even many demon beasts would not enter easily. 2 figures appeared on the ground. One of them wore green robes and had delicate features. One of them wore black and had a cold expression. It was Suzimo and Night Spirit. Outside the miasma, Suzimo looked down at the land and frowned slightly. The miasma was extremely strong and could isolate spirit consciousness and vision. Even with his spirit consciousness, he could only scan a few hundred meters. 10,000 Gu swamp. Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. In Dao Being Lone Soul's memories, Gu sect was located above the 10,000 Gu swamp, and that was its approximate location. However, the place in front of him did not seem related to the words 10,000 Gu swamp. Chapter 1124, You're Not Human. Chapter 1124, You're Not Human. Let's go in and take a look. Suzimo was bold because he was skilled. He merely stayed outside for a moment before charging into the miasma and heading forward. Naturally, Night Spirit had no objections. The moment he entered the miasma, Suzimo felt his breathing stagnate. If it was the blood chi of his dragon true body, he would not feel any discomfort from the miasma. But now, the toughness of the green lotus true body was comparable to a connate Dao Lord Dermic weapon. However, its resistance against the miasma poison was much weaker. Suzimo's heart stirred. 2 balls of flames appeared beside him. One was golden, while the other was scarlet. The 2 balls of flames revolved around his body like 2 bright lights, dissipating the surrounding miasma. Scarlet flame, revolving lantern. This dermic art of the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra could be used for both offense and defense. Night Spirit entered the miasma with a calm expression as though nothing had happened. Sensing his aura, the miasma retreated automatically. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them did not encounter any obstacles along the way. Before long, a cluster of buildings appeared within the thick miasma not far ahead. Without a doubt, this was Gu sect. Arriving before the mountain gate, Suzimo put away the scarlet flame revolving lantern and stopped for a moment. He did not barge in recklessly. The calamity of the witch Gu was caused by Dao Being Lone Soul. However, he could not be certain of the role Gu sect played in this. I'm Dao Being Desolate Marshal. I'm here to visit the sect master of Gu sect because of an important matter. Suzimo channeled his breath and said loudly. His voice was clear and steady, spreading to every single corner of the sect. The entire mountain gate was silent without any response. Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The mountain gate was situated within the miasma and was filled with strangeness. Apart from the fact that there were no cultivators guarding the mountain gate, no one appeared despite his shout outside. Everything was eerily silent. Night Spirit sniffed and suddenly said, "There's no human presence." Zimo did not really understand. Just as he was about to ask, a cultivator suddenly appeared from within the mountain gate and sped over. Before long, the cultivator arrived before them. Wearing a white Taoist robe, his cultivation was already at the void reversion realm. The white-robed cultivator sized up the two of them before turning slightly. "Please follow me." With that said, the white-robed cultivator left first. Zimo raised his brow, feeling even more confused. It was strange for Goose Sect to send a void reversion to welcome them. What was even stranger was that the white-robed cultivator did not ask for their purpose and identity. Instead, he invited them into the sect directly. This did not make sense. Of course, it was understandable for Goose Sect to have some strange etiquette since they were reclusive all year round. Zimo and Night Spirit followed behind the white-robed cultivator. Before long, the two of them entered a hall. Along the way, they did not see any other Goo Masters. It was as though all the Goo Masters of Goose Sect were hiding. "Please take a seat and wait for a moment." The white-robed cultivator pointed to the chairs beside him and said indifferently, "I'll brew a pot of tea for the two of you." Glancing at the chairs beside him, Night Spirit pursed his lips and sat down without saying anything. The expression of the white-robed cultivator changed slightly. However, Zimo did not move at all. He stood on the spot and narrowed his eyes, looking at the white-robed cultivator's face as though he wanted to make out something. "Fellow Taoist, why aren't you sitting?" the white-robed cultivator asked in a seemingly casual manner. "I wouldn't dare to," Zimo replied. Although he could not tell what was on the chairs, his spirit perception had already alerted him the moment he wanted to sit on it. Zimo did not stop Night Spirit because he knew that Night Spirit would definitely be able to sense it. Such methods posed no threat to Night Spirit. However, Zimo was only in his green lotus true body right now, and he had to take extra caution. The white-robed cultivator did not persuade him further and turned to brew tea. Before long, 2 cups of hot tea with a strong fragrance were brewed and placed on the table. Zimo took a glance. The tea was green and clear with a fragrance that seeped into one's lungs. There were a few tea leaves floating on it. It was indeed a good cup of tea. He could not see anything from it. However, he knew that the tea must not be consumed. Night Spirit glanced at it and raised the teacup, draining it in one gulp as though he was oblivious to everything. Thereafter, he smacked his lips, seemingly wanting more. When he saw that, the white-robed cultivator smirked as though he was smiling. Zimo finally realized what was wrong. The white-robed cultivator's face was stiff and his gaze was dull. Even that smile earlier on seemed extremely unnatural and sinister. "We're here to pay a visit. Why do you want to harm us?" Zimo glared at the white-robed cultivator with a cold expression. Although there were no direct assaults with swords or sabers, the white-robed cultivator had already attacked twice in a row, causing Zimo's killing intent to surge. "You're smart and cautious." The white-robed cultivator tilted his head and his face almost touched his shoulder, looking extremely strange. "Unfortunately, this friend of yours is way too lacking." The white-robed cultivator turned to Night Spirit with a mocking gaze and continued, "There's a bone-forming goo buried in the chair you're sitting on. Once this goo worm enters your body, it can turn all your bones into a puddle of pus." "Oh!" Unmoved, Night Spirit did not even look at the white-robed cultivator and merely played with the teacup in his hands. The mockery in the white-robed cultivator's eyes intensified as he said, "There are no goo worms in the tea. However, there are a few goo worms on the teacup itself that are hard to discern with the naked eye. The moment you picked up the teacup, the goo worms had already entered your body." The white-robed cultivator looked pleased and tried his best to smile. However, his face was stiff and he looked odd. "So amazing." Night Spirit grinned as well, let alone the fact that there was no way the goo worms could enter Night Spirit's body. Even if they could, they would be killed by Night Spirit's terrifying blood chi instantly without causing any damage to him. The white-robed cultivator exclaimed softly and finally realized that something was amiss. He turned to look at Night Spirit and asked with a frown, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he glared at the white-robed cultivator and shook his head. "You're not human." Before he finished his sentence, Night Spirit's figure flashed and arrived before the white-robed cultivator in a flash. With a casual slap, the white-robed cultivator's head was split into pieces. If it was any other ordinary cultivator, they would have been dead by the time their head was shattered and their essence spirit was destroyed. However, even though the white-robed cultivator's head was shattered, an even stronger life force surged forth from his body. Poof! Suddenly, a black shadow extended from the shattered neck of the white-robed cultivator. It reeked of a stench and had a menacing expression as it opened its bloody mouth to devour Night Spirit. Chapter 11:25 Blood Flesh Swamp. Chapter 11:25 Blood Flesh Swamp. Su Zimo watched carefully from the side. It was a black blood goo. However, this black blood goo was completely different from what he had seen before. This one had already matured. The aura it emanated was definitely not weaker than that of a void reversion. If it was any other normal cultivator, they would have been flustered by such an unforeseen event. Unfortunately, the black blood goo was facing Night Spirit. Night Spirit's gaze was cold, and his expression did not change at all. He swiped down with his palm and crushed the black blood goo that had just appeared. Poof! Black blood splattered. A void reversion black blood goo was dead. In reality, the white-robed cultivator was long dead, and the true controller of his body was the black blood goo in his body. That was the reason why the white-robed cultivator's face was stiff and his gaze was dull. There was a huge difference between his actions and those of a true cultivator. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of a possibility. Swish! Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Immediately after, many cultivators surged into the hall and surrounded Su Zimo and Night Spirit. All of them had hostile expressions and killing intent. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings. The faces of those cultivators were stiff, no different from the white-robed cultivator earlier on. Without a doubt, these cultivators were long dead. The reason why they could rush here was because the goo worms in their bodies were controlling their bodies. Night Spirit looked at Su Zimo with a questioning gaze. "Kill them all." Su Zimo said coldly, "There's a change in Goose Sect." Night Spirit's figure flashed, and he lunged into the crowd. Everywhere he passed, cultivators would die. To be precise, it was the goo worms in those cultivators that died. As Su Zimo had expected, there were goo worms hidden in the bodies of these cultivators. Not only were there black blood goo, there were also many other goo worms that he had never seen or heard of. These goo worms all had powerful auras. Many of them were at the nascent soul and void reversion realm. Among them, there were even some Dharma characteristic goo worms. However, against Night Spirit's massacre, those goo worms were still weak. Su Zimo charged into the crowd as well. He did not use any other dharmic arts and merely channeled the Scarlet Flame revolving lantern, causing the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend flames to revolve around him. Any void reversion goo worm that came into contact with the flames would be burned to death before long. If a nascent soul goo worm was tainted by a bit of Tao fire, it would be burned to ashes instantly. Xiaoning had once told Su Zimo that the power that goo worms feared the most was fire. The flames that Su Zimo cultivated through the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra possessed extremely terrifying lethality. Even some ancient extinct goo worms could not withstand it. Night Spirit's killing methods were extremely sharp. However, in this battle, the damage he dealt to the goo worms could not compare to the 3 Tao fires. Relying on the Scarlet Flame revolving lantern, Su Zimo charged into the crowd and cleared an empty path before long. No goo worm could stand in his way. Only Dharma-characteristic goo worms could defend against it. However, before those Dharma-characteristic goo worms could pose any threat to Su Zimo, Night Spirit had already closed in and killed them. The temperature in the hall rose continuously. After a while, the 3 Tao fires continued burning and melted many of the stone pillars that supported the hall into boiling lava. The hall collapsed. When the dust dispersed, Su Zimo and Night Spirit stood in the ruins without being affected at all. Su Zimo looked over and his expression changed. Countless goo masters were gathered around the hall, and there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Among these goo masters, their cultivation realms varied. There were Qi, Refinement Warriors, Foundation, Establishment Cultivators, Golden Cores, Nascent Souls, and Void Reversions. Given Goo Sect's legacy up till now, it was not surprising for them to possess a foundation of this scale. What truly shocked Su Zimo was that he could not see any expression on the faces of the goo masters. All of them had stiff faces and dull gazes. These goo masters were already dead and were controlled by goo worms, turning into walking corpses. They reared Gus, but in the end they were the ones consumed. The goo worms occupied their bodies and turned them into slaves. It was rather ironic. Poof, poof, poof. Suddenly, the bodies of these goo masters exploded and goo worms crawled out one after another in different colors. Every single goo worm looked malevolent and terrifying, twisting their ugly bodies and emitting a foul stench. The bodies of hundreds of thousands of goo masters shattered and blood flowed like rivers. The mountains and plains were covered in blood and flesh, seemingly turning into a swamp, charging toward Su Zimo and Night Spirit in an unsightly manner. The entire place reeked of blood. Under the envelopment of the blood Qi, evil Qi filled the air, and even the 3 Tao fires turned blurry, flickering. Hundreds of thousands of goo worms could be vaguely seen in the flesh swamp, causing one's scalp to tingle. Finally, Su Zimo understood what the so-called 10,000 goo swamp meant. It was hard to imagine what sort of calamity would happen if hundreds of thousands of goo worms surged into the North region. At that time, the entire Tianhuang mainland would be reduced to a living hell. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he rose slowly. Circulating his essence spirit, the temperature of the 3 Tao fires around him rose as well. The black blood goo alone was enough to cause a catastrophe in the North region. There was no way he could let them survive. All of them had to be killed. That was the only solution Su Zimo could think of. Burn it. Su Zimo gathered the immortal Tao fire, Buddhist Tao fire, and Fiend Tao fire together to form the Samadhi Tao fire and threw it into the flesh swamp. Swoosh! Raging flames raged. No matter how strong the flesh swamp was, it could not extinguish the Samadhi Tao fire. Su Zimo pushed his essence, spirit, to its limits. The range of the Samadhi Tao fire extended and burned continuously. Squeak, squeak. Where the Samadhi Tao fire burned, the flesh swamp had already dried up and turned into cracked mud. Countless goo worms shrieked under the Samadhi Tao fire and were burned into ashes. Su Zimo did not hold back and channeled his essence, spirit, continuously, causing the Samadhi Tao to burn even brighter. The fire engulfed the entire sect. Against the might of the Samadhi Tao fire, even Dharma-characteristic goo-worms could not last long. As time passed, the Samadhi Tao fire did not stop spreading. Su Zimo's expression turned pale as well. Releasing the Samadhi Tao fire took a huge toll on his essence spirit. After such a long period of release, even Su Zimo's essence spirit felt a huge burden as the power of his essence spirit drained rapidly. Night Spirit no longer attacked and stood guard beside Su Zimo. Even if he made a move, he would not be able to deal as much damage as the Samadhi Tao fire. Furthermore, Su Zimo was channeling his full strength right now. This was the moment when he was at his weakest and could not afford to be distracted. That was why Night Spirit had to guard the vicinity to prevent any accidents. This was Gu Sect, one of the 5 heretical doctrines after all. Night Spirit could vaguely sense that an even stronger existence was awakening deep underground. Chapter 1126, Metal Devouring Goo. Chapter 1126, Metal Devouring Goo. Although Gu Sect was ranked last among the 5 heretical doctrines, it had a long history and deep foundation. Now, there was no actual Gu Master to be seen in Gu Sect. All of them were fused with Gu Worms. Such a huge change would not have been achievable without an even stronger Gu Worm. A conjoint body Gu Worm. Both Su Zimo and Night Spirit were at the Void Reversion Realm. With their immense talent and multiple trump cards, they could definitely kill a Dharma characteristic expert across a major cultivation realm. However, if the 2 of them were to fight against a conjoint body expert, it would be hard to tell who would win given the difference of 2 major cultivation realms. Neither of them could defend against the power of a conjoint body. Their only chance of winning was to find the other party's weakness and work together to defeat him. Previously, the blind old man of the witch race was killed by the combined attack of the 2 of them. Although that battle seemed simple, it was actually extremely dangerous. If not for the 54 green lotus seeds protecting his black-haired essence spirit, Su Zimo would have been reduced to a corpse back then. Even if Night Spirit was the only one left, it would be difficult for him to severely injure the blind old man, let alone kill the latter. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground quaked violently and a mound protruded slowly. The ground cracked open as though some terrifying living being was about to charge out. Clang! Cold lights flashed. A gigantic, slender claw that resembled a guillotine extended from the ground and sliced the ground into 2. Clang! Immediately after, another sharp claw reached out from the ground. Boom! 2 sharp claws grabbed the ground, and a gigantic, dark, golden figure burst out of the mud, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and gasped when he saw the gigantic creature. This Gu Worm was dark gold in color and had 6 legs, 2 feelers, and a pair of front claws. Each of its feet was like a blade that shone with a cold glint and was incomparably sharp. There seemed to be no flaws on the Gu Worm's body. It was as though he was wearing a dark golden armor. Waving the 2 gigantic guillotines at the front, the eyes on its head shone with a ferocious glint. The moment Su Zimo's spirit consciousness made contact with the Gu Worm, it was repelled. Even his spirit consciousness could not penetrate the dark golden armor. Of course, even without the scan of his spirit consciousness, he could tell from the aura that this was definitely a conjoint body realm Gu Worm. Metal Devouring Goo. Suddenly, the records of Gu Worms that Xiaoning had told him flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The Metal Devouring Goo was one of the top 10 ancient Gu Worms. It could devour the 5 metals and strengthen itself continuously. Its body was tough and invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. It was extremely ferocious. Be careful. Suzimo reminded with a grim expression. At that moment, he was still using the Samadhi Dao fire to burn the remaining goo worms and could not attack. In other words, they could only depend on Night Spirit to fight against the metal-devouring goo. The current situation was even more dangerous than when they were fighting the blind old man. The blind old man had an obvious weakness of his weak physique. Be it Night Spirit or Suzimo, they could rely on their physiques to get as close to the blind old man as possible and injure him severely. However, the metal-devouring goo clearly did not have such a weakness. Given its conjoint body realm cultivation, it was even stronger than Night Spirit and Suzimo in terms of melee combat strength. Furthermore, Suzimo and Night Spirit had joined forces against the blind old man back then. But now Night Spirit was alone. Actually, the wisest decision for the two of them was to leave this place. Given their capabilities, even if the metal-devouring goo was at the conjoint body realm, it would have difficulties retaining the two of them here. However, the reason why Suzimo came this time round was to sever the root of the calamity of the witch goo. Now that he knew that Goo Sect had undergone a huge change, there was no way he could leave. He had to kill all of these goo worms here. Endless trouble might ensue if he missed this opportunity. 2 ants have ruined my plans. The metal-devouring goo's eyes sank deep into its sockets as it glared at Suzimo and Night Spirit. Its voice was sharp and piercing like metal clashing against stone. A cold metallic luster shone in its eyes that were filled with hatred. Against the metal-devouring goo, Night Spirit's expression was cold and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. In a flash, he disappeared into midair. The metal-devouring goo did not move. It merely moved its guillotine-like front claws and slashed behind it. The strength and speed of a conjoint body was shockingly fast. The void was torn and a pitch-black scar appeared when the claws slashed down. Clang! Night Spirit was forced out. His movement technique was agile like a phantom and kills were guaranteed with every strike of his. There were few people who could force him out. However, this conjoint body metal-devouring goo managed to do it. Not only that, there was even a trace of blood in midair. The slash landed on Night Spirit's arm and cut through his skin, leaving an extremely deep wound with blood gushing out. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold. A look of surprise flashed through the metal-devouring goo's eyes. He had not expected the void reversion ant before him to be able to defend against his sharp claws. Given his strength and the power of the guillotine claws, even conjoint body mighty figures of a human race would be sliced into two with a single slash. His body can withstand my claws. The killing intent in the metal-devouring goo's eyes intensified as it swayed and turned into a golden beam of light that lunged towards Night Spirit. Clang! 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 The metal-devouring goo's 6 legs moved on the ground, emitting sparks. Although its body was massive, it was extremely fast. In a flash, Night Spirit arrived above the metal-devouring goo's head. He stretched out his palm and sharp claws protruded from his fingertips as he stabbed down viciously at the metal-devouring goo's head. The metal-devouring goo waved its front legs and charged towards Night Spirit's claws. Clang! The two of them clashed head-on. Night Spirit shuddered and another wound appeared on his palm, dripping with blood. However, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. A long tail popped out from behind him. It was covered in purple scales and its tailbone was sharp, piercing towards the back of the metal-devouring goo. This was Night Spirit's killing move. Sensing danger, the metal-devouring goo suddenly shrieked. The soft feelers that were initially drooping on his head suddenly flung out like 2 steel whips towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he twisted his body and dodged in a flash, avoiding the whipping of one of the feelers. Piak! Night Spirit shuddered. His tailbone had just pierced the back of the metal-devouring goo, when he was struck by the other feeler and was sent flying. Poof! In midair, Night Spirit coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. This was the power of a conjoint body that he was struck squarely by. If it was anyone else, not to mention void reversions, even Dharma characteristic Tao lords would have been sliced into two by the feelers of the metal-devouring goo. The feelers of the metal-devouring goo were even more terrifying than divine weapons. Although they looked extremely thin, they were incomparably sharp. A scar appeared on Night Spirit's body with scarlet blood oozing out. Su Zimo looked anxious when he saw that. The strength of this metal-devouring goo was far beyond their imagination. If they could not deal with it properly, both of them would die here. Chapter 11:27 Terrifying Body. Chapter 11:27 Terrifying Body. The Samadhi Tao fire was still burning. Su Zimo's essence spirit was almost pushed to its limits, and his face turned paler. The entire goo sect was in a sea of flames, and there were not many remaining goo worms. Su Zimo had to exterminate all of them before he could free himself to help Night Spirit. The range of the Samadhi Tao fire released this time was too wide, and it lasted for too long. His essence spirit had already been thoroughly exhausted. He could no longer use any dharmic powers or release any dharmic arts. His green lotus true body relied on dharmic arts the most. The Samadhi Tao fire and the heaven-slaying sword art were both burst-type dharmic arts. This meant that if Su Zimo joined the battle, he could only rely on his body to fight the metal-devouring goo in melee combat. However, given the current situation, even Night Spirit could not gain any advantage in melee combat. There was a difference of two major cultivation realms between them. The metal-devouring goo was one of the top 10 ancient goo worms. After devouring the 5 metals, its body was indestructible and its strength and speed were even above Night Spirit. Even if he were to join forces with Night Spirit, they might not be a match for the metal-devouring goo. Just as he was pondering, a golden light flashed before his eyes, and he felt a sense of danger. Su Zimo did not have time to think as he tilted his body slightly. If he was in his peak condition, he might be able to dodge it. But now his essence spirit was weak and he had expended a lot of mental energy. Even with his spirit perception, his body could not keep up with his reaction. He could only try his best to avoid any fatal damage. Piak! The golden light landed on Su Zimo. Blood splattered. Su Zimo grunted and his face broke out in cold sweat. The golden light was none other than one of the metal-devouring goo's feelers. During the exchange earlier on, 2 feelers whipped towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit dodged one of them, but was struck by another. As for the first feeler, it changed directions and suddenly expanded by dozens of feet, turning into a golden beam of light that struck Su Zimo heavily. There was a deep wound on Su Zimo's shoulder where the feeler swiped and blood gushed profusely. His skin was made from the lotus leaves of a grade 6 creation, green lotus. Even Khanate Tao Lord dharmic weapons might not be able to cut through his skin. However, that seemingly weak feeler nearly tore off Su Zimo's entire arm. His body swayed for a moment, and he grit his teeth, persevering to continue channeling the Samadhi Tao fire to kill the few goo worms remaining. If any of these goo worms were released, countless living beings would die. Even though Night Spirit was injured, his expression did not change and his gaze was still cold. However, when he saw that Su Zimo was injured, a ball of rage finally surged in his eyes. With a deep roar, he gave off a shuddering aura. That aura seemed like it came from the ancient primordial era and was terrifying. There was a difference of 2 major cultivation realms between them. However, the metal-devouring goo felt its heart skip a beat against that aura. This pressure made it have the urge to bow down. This was a bloodline suppression. This was a dominance that came from the depths of one's bloodline in ancient memories. "What is that?" The metal-devouring goo glared at Night Spirit and thought to itself as the metallic glint in its eyes deepened. Although their fight earlier on was short and it had the absolute advantage, it was truly shocked. The sharp purple tail that suddenly appeared behind Night Spirit even gave it a strong sense of death. The metal-devouring goo was extremely puzzled. He did not feel such pressure, even from the witch race. Now that Night Spirit was enraged, the metal-devouring goo became even more cautious. Swash! Night Spirit's figure swayed and turned into a streak of light, disappearing from the spot instantly. This speed was far beyond the limits of the Void Reversion Realm. Even Dharma characteristic Tao lords might not be able to track Night Spirit. However, the eyes of the metal-devouring goo shone brightly with a golden light, and its eyesight was enhanced. It accurately determined Night Spirit's landing spot and waved its front claws. Cold lights flashed. Its front claw slashed down like a gigantic guillotine towards Night Spirit. Although he was in midair, Night Spirit could still dodge and twist continuously to avoid the incoming claw. Immediately after, another cold light flashed. Its other front claw slashed down in advance, completely sealing off Night Spirit's escape route. Suddenly, Night Spirit's body curled into a tiny ball in midair, barely avoiding the front claw. Ooh, ooh. Two streaks of golden light tore through the air as the wind howled in a breathtaking manner. The metal-devouring goo's attacks were relentless. After the sharp front claws slashed down, it was the terrifying feelers. The feelers were unusually agile and whipped towards Night Spirit as though they were alive. At that moment, if Night Spirit retreated, he could still avoid the two feelers. However, if he retreated, it would mean that Su Zimo would be exposed to the metal-devouring goo once more. In a flash, pitch-black scales appeared on Night Spirit's body. Ignoring the whipping of the feelers, he swooped down and grabbed the back of the metal-devouring goo. Piak! Almost at the same time, the two feelers whipped Night Spirit viciously with a crisp sound. Night Spirit shuddered. This time round, even with the defense of the scales, two bloody wounds appeared on his body. His clothes were in tatters. Seizing the opportunity, Night Spirit had already arrived before the metal-devouring goo and attacked. Shoo! A purple shadow flashed. Night Spirit's tail stabbed towards the metal-devouring goo's head. Break! The metal-devouring goo reacted extremely quickly and roared. Its front claws were like a pair of gigantic scissors that suddenly closed and cut fiercely, clamping Night Spirit's tail between them. Clang! The two front claws were the toughest and sharpest weapons on the metal-devouring goo. Even divine weapons could not match them. However, such terrifying claws coupled with the strength of the conjoint body realm could not cut Night Spirit's tail. Sparks flew everywhere. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold as he reached out and grabbed the back of the metal-devouring goo fiercely. Sharp claws extended from Night Spirit's fingertips. When they made contact with the metal-devouring goo's back, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal screeching. Sizzle! Night Spirit's claws scratched 10 wounds on the back of the metal-devouring goo. Up till this point of the battle, the metal-devouring goo was finally injured. However, Su Zimo and Night Spirit did not relax at all. Su Zimo could clearly see that the blood flowing out of the metal-devouring goo's wound was shimmering with a dark, golden metallic luster. The flesh of this ancient goo worm was completely filled with metal. Night Spirit's scratch was met with obstructions. He merely tore through the metal-devouring goo's flesh and did not manage to injure it severely. What was even more frightening was that under Su Zimo's gaze, the 10 wounds on the back of the metal-devouring goo were healing at a visible speed. Pissed! What terrifying regeneration capabilities! Its rate of regeneration was almost comparable to his dragon true body. Although he did not know much about goo worms, Suzimo believed that even as one of the top 10 ancient goo worms, the original body of the metal-devouring goo would not be able to reach this level. Otherwise, there would have been a spot for the goo worms in the primordial 9 races. How did this metal-devouring goo cultivate its body to such a terrifying degree? Chapter 1128, Primordial Taboo. Chapter 1128, Primordial Taboo. Hee. The metal-devouring goo sneered. On the surface, the fight earlier on was an internecine outcome. However, in reality, the metal-devouring goo was not affected at all. Given its powerful regeneration capabilities, the wound on its back would heal before long. However, Night Spirit's situation was different. Night Spirit's body was terrifying as well. In that short period of time, the few wounds caused by the metal-devouring goo on his body gradually healed as well. However, the power of the conjoint body realm had already surged into his body, and it was difficult to resolve such internal injuries within a short period of time. After being repeatedly struck by the feelers of the metal-devouring goo, a trace of blood had already seeped out of the corner of Night Spirit's mouth. Right then, Suzimo's body swayed, and he retracted his Samadhi Dao Fire dermic formulation, panting slightly. All the goo worms were dead. Right now, this metal-devouring goo was the only one left. Suzimo shifted and assumed a triangular formation with Night Spirit, prepared to fight to the death against this beast. Be careful, its front claws and feelers are extremely sharp, Night Spirit reminded. 2 ants. The metal-devouring goo's cold eyes darted around as it looked at the ruins around it. It released a torrential killing intent and attacked Suzimo first. Sure. 2 feelers tore through the air. Suzimo's expression changed. It was only when he fought against that beast that he truly realized how terrifying it was. It was too fast. This was the power and burst of a conjoint body realm cultivator. He could no longer capture the tracks of the 2 feelers with his naked eyes and spirit consciousness. Although his spirit perception warned him, Suzimo was in a weakened state and could not use his dermic powers. As such, he could not release lightning escape or ethereal wings. The bloodline of the green lotus true body was not strong. He could not dodge it with his physical body alone. Pa! There were 2 crisp sounds. 2 balls of blood mist burst forth from Suzimo's body. He had just charged forward when he was sent flying at an even faster speed. His chest was lacerated with fresh blood. Roar! Night Spirit's roar sounded. He had already arrived before the metal-devouring goo and extended his claws once more. This time round, a purple flame appeared on his claw. Both sides engaged in melee combat. The front claw of the metal-devouring goo slashed down, leaving a deep wound on Night Spirit's body. In fact, a single scale was sliced off and buried into the debris. As for Night Spirit, his claws scratched a wound on the metal-devouring goo as well. The wound was extremely deep. The metal-devouring goo cried out in pain. There were some purple flames on the wound inflicted by Night Spirit. Even with the strong regeneration capabilities of the metal-devouring goo, it could not heal within a short period of time. Bang! With a swipe of its 6 legs, the metal-devouring goo swayed and struck Night Spirit once more, sending him flying. Poof! Night Spirit spat out a mouthful of blood. Groar! The metal-devouring goo reared its head and shrieked in rage. Suzimo had already gotten up from the ground. Although the wounds on his body were shocking, the feelers of the metal-devouring goo could not injure his bones. The toughest part of the green lotus true body was its bones. If it was anyone else, they would have long lost their combat strength after suffering such a serious injury. However, the foundation of his green lotus true body was a grade 6 creation green lotus. Furthermore, Many divine weapons were infused into his bones. At the same time that the metal-devouring goo sent Night Spirit flying, Suzimo seized the opportunity to close in. He twisted his palm and used it like a saber, slashing down at the neck of the metal-devouring goo. Bang! The metal-devouring goo did not move at all when the slash landed. On the other hand, Suzimo's palm was hurt from the recoil. The metal-devouring goo did not suffer any damage at all. Suzimo's heart sank. This meant that even if the metal-devouring goo did not move, it would be difficult for him to injure it in his current condition. Poof! Right then, a cold glint flashed. Suzimo's eyes widened and he felt a tearing pain in his chest, as though he was pierced by something. He lowered his head instinctively. A metal blade as thick as an arm had already pierced through his chest. It was a hind leg of the metal-devouring goo. Although the metal-devouring goo's hind legs did not have the same attack power as its front claws, they were extremely sharp and could pierce through the green lotus true body. The man and goo were too close. Suzimo's attention was entirely focused on the metal-devouring goo's front claws and feelers, and he did not notice this at all. The moment his spirit perception alerted him, the hind leg had already pierced through his chest. Suzimo's body trembled slightly as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Night Spirit's eyes widened at the sight of that. He bent down and sprawled on the ground with both hands. His entire body was swooping down and his black hair scattered as his gaze surged with endless killing intent. "Oh, from the looks of it, you're about to revert to your true form?" The metal-devouring goo sneered. "I want to see just what you are." Night Spirit seemed to have made a decision, and a resolute look flashed through his eyes. Crackle! A sound of bones cracking could be heard from within Night Spirit's body. A terrifying aura burst forth, and the world fell silent. It was as though a terrifying living being from the primordial era was awakening within Night Spirit's body. The metal-devouring goo's heart skipped a beat. It suddenly felt a semblance of regret. Under its gaze, Night Spirit's body expanded and underwent a massive transformation. In the blink of an eye, Night Spirit had already transformed into a demon beast that was 100 feet tall. It was pitch black with scales all over its body, and its tail was purple. Its tailbone was sharp, as though it could pierce through any defense. The head of this demon beast was gigantic and resembled a wolf's head. However, it was much more sinister than a wolf's head. Rows of sharp teeth that were intertwined with one another appeared in its open mouth, shimmering with a cold glint. His sharp teeth alone could rip any living being apart. Night Spirit's 4 legs were pitch black, but they burned with 4 balls of sinister purple flames. His eyes were purple as well, and he looked at the metal-devouring goo as though he was looking at an ant. It was an extremely strange feeling. Night Spirit was clearly at the void reversion realm and was 2 major cultivation realms weaker than the metal-devouring goo. However, the metal-devouring goo seemed to be inferior in the face of Night Spirit. Suzimo looked at Night Spirit blankly. After so many years, Night Spirit had finally reverted to his true form. After so many years, Night Spirit had changed quite a bit. If he had not seen it personally, he would have found it hard to believe that the ferocious beast that looked down on the world as though it could suppress everything was the palm-sized black dog from before. Roar! Staring at the metal-devouring goo, Night Spirit raised his head and let out another earth-shaking roar. Suzimo's figure was still hanging on the metal-devouring goo's back leg. He could clearly sense this conjoint body metal-devouring goo trembling against the roar. The metal-devouring goo was terrified. Why, you are the legendary taboo. A primordial taboo. The metal-devouring goo's voice was trembling, and its metallic luster could not conceal the doubt, panic, and shock in its eyes. How can this be? The metal-devouring goo took half a step back and glared at Night Spirit, who was not far away. muttering softly, "How can you still be alive? A living being like you should have been extinct in the primordial era long ago." Chapter 1129. The Might of Night Spirit. Chapter 1129. The Might of Night Spirit. Night Spirit's gaze was cold, and his 100-feet-tall figure did not seem clumsy at all. He was extremely agile and closed in instantly. Suzumo could clearly sense that Night Spirit's strength and speed had increased after he transformed into his true form. The first reaction of the metal-devouring goo was not to fight head-on, but to retreat. The metal-devouring goo was at the conjoint body realm after all. Given its cultivation realm, even Night Spirit, who was in his true form, might not be able to catch up to it if it wanted to escape with its full might. Night Spirit might be in danger if the metal-devouring goo were to escape. The reason why Night Spirit was so cautious and refused to reveal his true form even when he was surrounded by so many Rakshasas in Myriad Phenomenon City was because he was wary. But now, although the Night Spirit did not mention what race Night Spirit was from, the word taboo alone was enough to explain many things. Even with their wariness towards the primordial 9 races, humans had never referred to them as taboos. However, Night Spirit was a taboo of the primordial era. The main reason why Night Spirit had reverted to his true form was because he was in danger. Another reason was that there were no other living beings here apart from the 3 of them. As long as Night Spirit could kill the metal-devouring goo, his secret would not be exposed. However, Night Spirit would be completely disadvantaged if the metal-devouring goo managed to escape. In a flash, those thoughts flashed through Suzumo's mind. He made a prompt decision and channeled the 54 green lotus seeds in his consciousness. Multicolored light filled the air. Many green lotus seeds gathered rapidly and formed a sharp green sword in the blink of an eye. The Essence Spirit Killing Sword, Green Lotus Sword. Suzumo's Essence Spirit was weak and his body was pierced. There were only a few methods left that could threaten the metal-devouring goo. "Slay!" Suzumo shouted. His consciousness expanded and a beam of light tore through the air. As it looked at Night Spirit lunge over. The metal-devouring goo wanted to retreat when a green beam of light slashed down from the corner of its eye. At the same time, it sensed an intense spirit consciousness fluctuation. The metal-devouring goo was alarmed. The moment the green light appeared, its essence spirit felt a sharp pain. The metal-devouring goo had no time to think as it hurriedly released its essence spirit secret skill to defend against it. A golden light surged out of its consciousness. The golden light seemed to be made of the toughest metal in the world. It was unusually heavy and unshakable as it collided against the green lotus sword. Clang! The 2 collided. The void trembled. The green lotus sword shattered into many green lotus seeds. The golden light dimmed a little as well. However, the spirit consciousness fluctuation on the golden light was still extremely powerful and terrifying. The golden light did not stop and charged towards Suzumo's glabella. At that moment, Suzumo's body was still hanging on the back of the metal-devouring goo, and he could not escape. There was no way for him to avoid the killing intent of the essence spirit secret skill. A conjoint body's essence spirit secret skill was not something Suzumo could defend against. The fact that the green lotus sword could defend against the golden light for a moment and reduce its essence spirit power was already not bad. Right then, a purple light flashed. Night Spirit swayed its tail, and its sharp tailbone collided heavily against the golden light in midair. Boom! The golden light dissipated. Night Spirit shuddered as well. Suzumo's gaze froze, and his heart skipped a beat. At its foundation, an essence spirit secret skill was still a spirit consciousness attack. Be it dermic weapons, bodies, or claws, none of them could defend against it. The only way to defend was using spirit consciousness or specific essence, spirit, dermic weapons. Suzimo had always known that Night Spirit's tail was extremely strong and even sharper than his fangs and claws. However, he had not expected that the tail could defend against essence, spirit, secret skills. The two of them barely managed to defend against the metal-devouring Gu's essence, spirit, secret skill with their combined strength. With that delay, it was already too late for the metal-devouring Gu to escape even if it wanted to. Sure. Two feelers tore through the air and whipped towards Night Spirit viciously. Night Spirit did not dodge or avoid. He lunged forward directly and allowed the two feelers to whip out two bloodied wounds on his body. As though he could not feel the pain, Night Spirit extended his sharp front claws and pressed the two front claws of the metal-devouring Gu to the ground. Right on the heels of that, Night Spirit lowered his head and opened his mouth, revealing a menacing expression as he bared his sharp fangs towards the neck of the metal-devouring Gu. Groar! Sensing the danger, the metal-devouring Gu shrieked and moved its 6 legs, twisting its massive body in an attempt to break free from Night Spirit's oppression. Right then, a vicious glint flashed through Suzimo's eyes as he gripped the hind leg that was thrust into his chest. He spun his body and exerted strength. He used the bones of his green lotus true body to trap the metal-devouring Gu's hind leg. A tearing pain spread from his chest and seeped into his bones. Even though the bones of his green lotus true body were made from the lotus stems and many divine weapons, they could not withstand the power of the metal-devouring Gu. Cracks appeared on his chest. The front claws of the metal-devouring Gu were held down by Night Spirit. Among the 6 legs, one of the hind legs was restricted by Suzimo. The metal-devouring Gu's body lost its balance, and its movements became clumsy. Night Spirit had already bitten down viciously. That single bite landed on the neck of the metal-devouring Gu. Night Spirit's mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of finger-sized holes on the neck of the metal-devouring Gu. Suzimo could clearly see that the metal-devouring Gu's head had already turned to the side. Night Spirit's bite was way too strong. Even though the metal-devouring Gu was a conjoint body realm Gu worm with an indestructible body, that single bite nearly snapped its neck. A series of painful shrieks came from the depths of the metal-devouring Gu's throat. Bang! With its life on the line, a tremendous power burst forth from the metal-devouring Gu and sent Night Spirit flying. Its hind leg trembled, and it flung Suzimo away. Suzimo's green lotus true body was almost torn into 2 by that attack, and he fell heavily to the ground, losing a lot of blood chi. Night Spirit fell not far away, drenched in blood as well. However, he merely somersaulted on the ground and got up immediately. Not far away, the metal-devouring Gu panted heavily. The wound on its neck was way too serious. Sticky blood dripped continuously with a dark golden luster. Even with its strong regeneration capabilities, it was difficult for it to recover. Roar! With a roar, Night Spirit charged forward once more. Poof! 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 He waved his sharp claws, and his figure flashed. Using his movement speed, he left deep wounds on the metal-devouring Gu. The metal-devouring Gu's feelers and front claws flailed desperately. However, it was too severely injured, and its aura was completely suppressed by Night Spirit. Even if it retaliated, it could not affect Night Spirit too much. The metal-devouring Gu's injuries worsened. On the other hand, Night Spirit was getting fiercer as he fought with a calm expression. In that moment, Night Spirit seized an opportunity and leaped onto the metal-devouring Gu. His sharp hind claws gripped the metal-devouring Gu's bleeding neck tightly as he gripped its head with his front claws and exerted strength. A tremendous force burst forth, and the metal-devouring Gu was almost pressed into the mud, unable to move at all. Even the feelers on its head were pressed under Night Spirit's claws. Roar! Under the night sky, a gigantic black demon beast stood on a dark gold goo-worm and swayed its purple tail. Its 4 legs burned with purple flames as it reared its head and howled into the skies, exuding a savage aura that looked down on all living beings and dominated the world. Chapter 1130. Reappearance of the Divine Spring. Chapter 1130. Reappearance of the Divine Spring. Like an ant, the metal-devouring goo could not move at all under Night Spirit's feet. As expected of a primordial taboo. Those were the final words of the metal-devouring goo. Poof! Night Spirit wagged his tail. A purple shadow flashed and pierced the metal-devouring goo's head. Its essence spirit was killed on the spot by Night Spirit as well. When Suzimo saw that, he heaved a long sigh of relief and relaxed his tense spirit. The wound on his chest was grisly and his organs were pierced. The metal-devouring goo whipped out a few bone-deep wounds on his body as well that were still bleeding. An intense pain assaulted him once more. Suzimo grunted and laid on the ground, unable to move at all. His consciousness was blurry and waves of fatigue surged into his heart, almost causing him to faint. Although the green lotus true body was tough, its bloodline was not strong and it did not have any self-healing capabilities. If this was his dragon true body, he might be able to recover completely from such serious injuries after recuperating for half a month or so. However, for the green lotus true body, it was unknown how long it would take for him to recover completely. Right then, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Night Spirit arrived beside Suzimo. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Night Spirit was also covered in injuries and looked wretched. He had probably never encountered such a dangerous battle up till this point of his cultivation and had even exposed his secret. Of course, Night Spirit's physique was strong and his regeneration capability was shocking. Even though he was injured all over, he still had the strength to walk. He reached out, wanting to help Suzimo up. "No, I can't walk anymore. I have to lie here for some time." Suzimo chuckled bitterly. "Your physique has weakened significantly. How did this happen?" Night Spirit frowned slightly and did not continue. He witnessed how Suzimo underwent dragonification back in Myriad Phenomenon City and released his blood chi to kill the god race leader on the spot. It was evident that Suzimo's current body was much weaker. It's a long story and isn't easy to explain. Suzimo said, "To put it simply, I split my essence spirit into 2 and created 2 true bodies. My other true body is now with the dragon race." Even if someone were to say that their essence spirit had split into 2 and formed 2 true bodies, it would be difficult for others to understand. To his surprise, Night Spirit nodded. "Cloning? I know a little about that." This time round, Suzimo was surprised and could not help but say, "My situation is not like those external clones in the cultivation world. Both of my true bodies have essence spirits and are different from clones. There were some cloning techniques in the cultivation world. However, the combat strength of each clone was greatly reduced, and they did not have essence spirits residing within, so they naturally did not have much consciousness. In other words, those clones were not independent life forms. There was no way for them to cultivate independently." "I know." Night Spirit nodded. "Actually, the cloning techniques circulated in the cultivation world are the most inferior ones." "Oh." Suzimo was curious. Night Spirit continued, "Top-tier cloning techniques are like yours. The clones are no different from the true body with individual essence spirits that can conduct independent cultivation. For example, the 3 pures of the immortal sects, the 3 bodies of the Buddhist monasteries, and the 3 corpses of the fiend sects are all similar formulations." Suzimo was dumbfounded. He had never heard of the three pierce or three corpses. However, he had some understanding of the three bodies of the Buddhist monasteries. The so-called three bodies referred to the past, present, and future. Su Zimo had unintentionally read a simple explanation from a Buddhist sutra at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. He had never understood the true meaning of the three bodies. To think that the three bodies of the Buddhist monasteries was a top-tier dharmic formulation. These dharmic formulations. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. Night Spirit shook his head and pointed to the firmaments. These are all dharmic formulations of the upper world. There's none in Tianhuang mainland. I've only seen some of them in my inherited memories. I see. A look of pity appeared in Su Zimo's eyes. I'll carry you and take a look down there. When Night Spirit saw that Su Zimo could not move, he carried Su Zimo carefully on his back and walked towards the crack not far away. What's down there? Su Zimo asked curiously. Both of them were severely injured and could not move much. However, it was rare for Night Spirit to be so persistent despite his injuries. Upon hearing Su Zimo's question, a strange look flashed through Night Spirit's eyes as he murmured, "There might be something good down there." Night Spirit's sense of smell was extremely sharp. Back when he was still a palm-sized black dog and hid in Su Zimo's embrace, he could already smell the fragrance of the dragon egg in the Dragon Bone Valley. A gigantic crack appeared in the middle of the ruins of Gusect. It was dark and bottomless. It was the crack that was formed when the metal-devouring goo broke out from the ground. Standing at the edge of the crack, Night Spirit observed for a moment and sniffed a few more times before climbing down slowly. The surroundings were dark. Su Zimo's essence spirit was weak, and the eyesight of his green lotus true body was not strong. He could barely see his surroundings and could only hang on to Night Spirit, feeling drowsy. Night Spirit knew that Su Zimo's injuries were extremely severe, and he was light on his feet. He was neither fast nor slow, and tried his best to reduce the vibration. After an unknown period of time, Night Spirit shuddered. Su Zimo was jolted awake as well. The two of them had already landed on the ground. Night Spirit continued in another direction. Su Zimo muttered softly. The air in front of them was a little moist and contained immense vitality. He took a breath, and the pain in his body seemed to lessen. After another while, Night Spirit stopped in his tracks. The space before them cleared up. It was a wide and spacious cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a faint golden pool that emitted a tremendous life force that refreshed one's mind. This, lying on Night Spirit's back, Su Zimo could not help but ask with widened eyes, "A primordial divine spring?" Prior to this, his dragon true body had told the green lotus true body about everything in the Dragon Bone Valley. The green lotus true body knew a little about the description of the primordial divine spring. The pool before him was extremely similar to the primordial divine spring described by his dragon true body. Of course, it did not seem as mystical and powerful as his dragon true body claimed. Night Spirit nodded. It's the primordial divine spring. However, this spring water is stagnant and its effects are average. It's far inferior to a primordial divine spring that flows. Su Zimo was enlightened. The primordial divine spring of the Dragon Bone Valley was dark gold and incomparably pure. The eye of the divine spring surged constantly, and the life essence was massive and rich. However, this divine spring did not flow. The water was dead and stagnant. As time passed by, its effect would naturally worsen. Of course, even if the water was stagnant, this was still a primordial divine spring. It was definitely a rare treasure. This primordial divine spring was definitely related to why the metal-devouring goo possessed such strong regeneration capabilities. "Let's go." Night Spirit said, "With this primordial divine spring, our injuries will heal quickly. Chapter 1131. Rebirth of the Lotus Platform. Chapter 1131. Rebirth of the Lotus Platform. Night Spirit carried Su-Zimo on his back and leaped into the divine spring. The spring water was not deep and barely reached their chests as the two of them sat inside. The moment Su-Zimo entered the divine spring, he could clearly sense that it contained an extremely rich life force. The spring water wrapped around his body, and endless life essence washed over his wounds. Faint golden light specks that could be seen with the naked eye fused into Su-Zimo's flesh like little fairies, healing his wounds gradually. The pain in his body decreased significantly. Su-Zimo narrowed his eyes and moaned in comfort. Even a divine spring without a spring source had such an effect. It was no wonder why the dragon true body was able to be saved by the primordial divine spring despite having its life force severed from the tremendous power of a half-martial ancestor. Without the divine spring, the injuries to the green lotus true body would probably take years, or even decades, to recover. With the primordial divine spring, the healing speed of his wounds increased greatly. He might recover within half a month. This was truly a pleasant surprise. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. With a splash, Night Spirit stood up from the pool and left the divine spring. His injuries weren't too serious. Coupled with his physique's regeneration capabilities, his injuries were mostly healed with the help of the divine spring. Although he could recover faster if he continued healing in the divine spring, Night Spirit left ahead of time. This divine spring didn't have a spring source. It was a pool of stagnant water. That meant that the life force in the divine spring would not increase. It would only decrease as it was drained. Night Spirit's actions were only to let Su-Zimo absorb more of the life force in the divine spring. Su-Zimo glanced at Night Spirit and nodded. He could tell Night Spirit's intentions. As time passed, Su-Zimo's injuries healed bit by bit. On the 10th day, the biggest wound on his chest had already healed. His chest was as smooth as jade without any scars. Over the past few days, Night Spirit did not go too far and stayed by Su-Zimo's side. Su-Zimo stretched his muscles and felt that his body was fine and had recovered. Just as he was about to get up, he frowned. He sensed carefully, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. His injuries had already healed. However, for some reason, the life force in the divine spring continued to surge into his body, fusing into his flesh and bones. How could this be? Su-Zimo frowned and thought. Could there still be hidden injuries in his green lotus true body? In the divine spring, crystalline points of light surged into Su-Zimo's body through his pores. Many points of light surged into his consciousness and landed on the bare green lotus platform. Su-Zimo's eyes lit up. Could it be? He suddenly thought of a possibility as his heart began beating rapidly. On the surface, his body was no longer injured. However, his green lotus true body was constructed using the shattered stems and leaves of the creation green lotus as foundation. In other words, the primordial divine spring was repairing the green lotus true body. Su-Zimo only had a vague guess as to what kind of changes this would bring to the green lotus true body. He was not certain. He took a deep breath and continued staying in the spring. He calmed his mind and constantly absorbed the rich life force in the divine spring. Time flowed on. Another 10 days passed. While there seemed to be no changes to his green lotus true body, his body and bones emitted rich vitality. His flesh and blood became even more crystalline as his vitality surged. The bloodline of his green lotus true body was also gradually strengthening. Although it could not compare to his dragon true body, it was much stronger than before. Furthermore, the regeneration capabilities of the green lotus true body had increased significantly after he soaked in the primordial divine spring. Of course, the greatest changes weren't to his green lotus true body. It was the creation lotus platform in Su Zimo's Sea of Consciousness. The creation lotus platform was bare without a single petal on it after the explosive strike of the half-martial ancestor. However, at that moment, the edge of the lotus platform produced spots of emerald green. One ring after another spread out as they silently grew. In the blink of an eye, a full month had passed since Su Zimo entered the divine spring. The originally pale, golden spring water became so clear that one could see the bottom. The rich life force from before had completely vanished. This pool of divine spring water had already become the most ordinary spring water. To be precise, the life force in that divine spring had been completely absorbed by the green lotus true body, with nothing left behind. The changes that these life essences brought to the green lotus true body were obvious. Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze intensified. It was as though two rays of light were shooting out before they quickly retracted. He slowly got up. His glabella opened as a green lotus platform slowly appeared. On the lotus platform there was a flower bud stained with dew. It was emerald green and crystalline, blooming slowly with immense life force emitted. One lotus petal after another bloomed as light spread out and immortal aura rose. An essence soul was sitting there, his black hair dancing. On this lotus platform were 6 circles and 54 lotus petals. Although the creation green lotus that once pierced heaven and earth and shone with life had been destroyed, this grade 6 creation lotus platform had regained its vitality and recovered. After he lost the creation green lotus, Su Zimo did not have a destiny dermic weapon. Now that the creation lotus platform had been reborn, there was no need to refine it. There was an extremely intimate connection between the two of them to begin with. This was his destiny dermic weapon. Delighted, Su Zimo retracted the grade 6 creation lotus platform. What truly delighted him wasn't the rebirth of the creation lotus platform. It was because he saw a possibility through this opportunity. The possibility of the creation green lotus being reborn. Under normal circumstances, there was no way a grade 6 creation green lotus that was destroyed by a half-martial ancestor and had its stem and leaves forged into a body could recover. But now the creation lotus platform had been reborn. At the same time, this body was formed using the lotus stem and leaves. In other words, if there was enough life force to constantly nourish this body, the lotus stem and leaves could be reborn as well. This green lotus true body was in fact another form of rebirth for the creation green lotus. Of course, this was only Su Zimo's guess. To verify this guess, one needed to have a spring source and a flowing primordial divine spring that constantly nourished the green lotus true body to succeed. As for the creation green lotus, once it was reborn using the green lotus true body, it would mean that Su Zimo would become a humanoid creation green lotus that could constantly raise its grade. Grade 7 and 8, or even grade 9. At that time, who could threaten this green lotus true body? At the thought of this, Su Zimo's heart burned. Of course, reaching this step was just too difficult. Firstly, this was only his guess. Secondly, the primordial divine spring was too difficult to find. It was almost extinct. Even if there was, it would definitely be guarded by a huge faction, like the primordial divine spring in the Dragonbone Valley. Su Zimo even considered the possibility of attempting a swap deception with his dragon true body. He would have the green lotus true body infiltrate the Dragonbone Valley and enter the primordial divine spring. But that was almost impossible. Notwithstanding the fact that there was no way his dragon true body could leave the Dragonbone Valley. The sea of bones in the outer perimeter of the Dragonbone Valley alone made it impossible for the green lotus true body to pass. There were many experts in the dragon race. The moment his green lotus true body entered, he would be recognized instantly since there was an immensely great difference in bloodline. When that happened, it would be self-defeating. Chapter 1132, Goose Sect Disaster. Chapter 1132, Goose Sect Disaster. In his consciousness, the black-haired essence spirit sat on the creation lotus platform. With its life force regained, the lotus platform spewed green beams of light and nourished the essence spirit constantly. Suzimo's heart stirred. He suddenly realized that his essence spirit had already cultivated to the late-stage void reversion realm within a month. Previously, his attention was focused on the creation lotus platform and green lotus true body, and he did not pay attention to his cultivation. It was only now that he realized that he had unknowingly broken through a realm. Of course, this was something that happened naturally. When he left Dragon Burial Valley, his cultivation realm was already at the peak of the void reversion realm. He was only missing an opportunity to break through to the next realm. This divine spring was the opportunity. At the late-stage void reversion realm, the power of his essence spirit increased exponentially. The dermic powers that he could mobilize increased as well. Coupled with the rebirth of the creation lotus platform and the strengthening of the green lotus true body, Suzimo's combat strength increased exponentially. This trip to Goose Sect was a blessing in disguise. In reality, if not for the fact that the divine spring was hidden underground and shrouded by the miasma above, it would have been discovered long ago and he would not have had a chance. Just as Suzimo was about to leave, his heart skipped a beat. There still seems to be some life beneath the ground. After his cultivation breakthrough, Suzimo was much more sensitive to his surroundings. The underground passage extended in all directions, and he could vaguely sense some life force coming from the depths of the passageways. The two of them exchanged glances and followed the aura into the depths of the passageways. After walking for a while, they arrived at the end of the passageway, and a huge cave appeared before them. There were more than 10,000 cocoon-shaped cages in the cave. Among them, most of the cages only had skeletons left. In some of the cages, there were remains of rotting flesh. There were only dozens of cages with figures within. Although those cultivators were still alive, their auras were weak and their faces were yellow. This is... Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. He could sense that the cultivation of those cultivators were not low. They were all at the Dharma characteristic realm. Although those Dharma characteristic Tao lords were weak, they did not seem to be controlled by goo worms. Those Dharma characteristic Tao lords had numb expressions and dull gazes. When they saw Suzimo and Night Spirit enter, their eyes did not waver. After a long time, one of the Dharma characteristic Tao lords opened his mouth slightly and struggled to stand up. Who are you guys? The Dharma characteristic Tao lord's voice was hoarse and trembled slightly. Who are you? Actually, Suzimo already had a vague guess. However, he still asked. I'm a great Goo Master of Goose Sect, Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm. Although the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord looked skinny and unkempt, he still sounded prideful when he said the word Goo Master. Xiaoning had once told Suzimo that in the ancient era, Goo techniques were a cultivation technique and were not evil. The initial creation of the Goo technique was to save people. If you guys aren't from Goose Sect, why are you here? Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm asked again. Suzimo still did not reply and asked instead, Do you know about the metal-devouring goo outside? At the mention of the metal-devouring goo, Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm's expression suddenly turned conflicted. A hint of anger, killing intent, hatred, helplessness, and many other emotions flashed through his eyes. The other cultivators who were still alive moved their stiff bodies and looked over instinctively. He was originally the sect master of Goose Sect. Tao, Lord Heavenly Silkworm's voice was deep as he recounted everything that happened in Gu Sect. The origin of this change in Gu Sect came from the sect master. Although the sect master of Gu Sect was a conjoint body mighty figure, he had been stuck at the conjoint body realm for more than 10,000 years without any breakthroughs. Seeing that he was already in his later years and had no hope of reaching the Mahayana realm in this lifetime, the sect master of Gu Sect was indignant and harbored evil thoughts. He began to use the secret skills of Gu Sect to nurture some ancient, extinct Gu worms. Among them was the metal-devouring Gu. As time passed, the metal-devouring Gu became stronger. The sect master of Gu Sect wanted to refine the metal-devouring Gu as his destiny Gu and fuse it into his body to increase his combat strength and lifespan. However, the metal-devouring Gu was one of the top 10 ancient Gu worms and had already gained sentience. It was not easy to control. During the refinement process, the metal-devouring Gu counterattacked. In the end, the sect master of Gu Sect succeeded and indeed refined the metal-devouring Gu, fusing with it. His combat strength and lifespan increased exponentially. However, at the same time, the essence, spirit, and consciousness of the sect master of Gu Sect fused with the metal-devouring Gu, and his personality changed drastically. To be precise, the metal-devouring Gu that died in Night Spirit's hands was both the sect master of Gu Sect and the metal-devouring Gu. In the consciousness of the metal-devouring Gu, it naturally wanted to nurture as many Gu worms as possible. However, the sect master of Gu Sect knew that this matter was extremely dangerous and could bring calamity and chaos to the sect. The two consciousnesses continued to fight, but in the end, the metal-devouring Gu's consciousness gained the upper hand. From then on, Gu Sect changed. Some conjoint body realm Gu masters who sensed the abnormality of Gu Sect's sect master were also killed mercilessly. Most of the Gu masters in the sect became vessels for nurturing Gu worms. Perhaps it was because of the sect master of Gu Sect's consciousness. Some of the remaining Gu masters were imprisoned in this cave and were not killed. They were lucky to survive this calamity. Even so, they lost their freedoms. Among them, many Gu masters died after expending their lifespans. The only things left of them were bones or corpses. Only Dharma-characteristic Tao lords with lifespans of 10,000 years could last till now. When he heard that, Su Zimo felt emotional. Who would have thought that a single mistake from the sect master of Gu Sect would cause this sect that had been passed down for countless years to suffer such a calamity? One of the 5 heretical doctrines, Gu Sect was truly dead. Su Zimo sighed softly and shot out a few sword chi from his fingertips, shattering the cages and releasing the remaining dozens of Gu masters. Although these Gu masters were Dharma-characteristic Tao lords, most of them were already in their later years. Some of them were already at the end of their lifespans and did not have many years left. These Gu masters had been imprisoned here for thousands of years. Now that they suddenly regained their freedom, there was no joy. They were stunned and could not recover from the shock. That metal-devouring Gu is dead. Su Zimo still said it. When they heard this news, the Gu masters' eyes started to ripple. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and recounted the calamity of the witch Gu in the north region in a simple manner. I've already burned down the entire Gu Sect. You guys can leave now. Take care from now on. With that said, he turned to leave with Night Spirit. These dozens of Gu masters were the only ones left in Gu Sect. The Gu technique itself was not wrong. These Gu masters were also innocent. Su Zimo did not kill them all. This could be considered as retaining the legacy of Gu techniques. Thank you, benefactor. Tao, Lord Heavenly Silkworm, could sense the pity in Su Zimo's tone. Due to the massive change in Gu Sect, coupled with his newfound freedom, in a moment of emotion, he knelt on the ground and cried. The remaining Gu masters knelt one after another. May I know your Tao title, benefactor? Tao, Lord Heavenly Silkworm, asked hurriedly when he saw that Su Zimo was about to leave. Desolate Marshal. A long time later, a voice sounded from afar. When everyone looked up again, Su Zimo and the other person had already disappeared. Chapter 1133. Extinct Race. Chapter 1133. Extinct Race. Su Zimo looked at the corpse of the metal-devouring goo and mulled for a moment before waving his sleeves to put it away. Although the metal-devouring goo was dead and its blood chi was drained, its body was still extremely strong. For example, the front claws of the metal-devouring goo were rare divine weapons, even without refinement. A month passed. The miasma in that area had already dissipated. Most of it was incinerated by the Samadhi Dao fire. The 10,000 goo swamp was now a thing of the past, and goo worms would no longer trouble the North region. Su Zimo and Night Spirit returned. Although Su Zimo was curious and confused about the taboo mentioned by the metal-devouring goo, he did not take the initiative to ask. He respected Night Spirit. If Night Spirit did not say anything, he would not take the initiative to ask. Before long, Night Spirit chose to bring it up. Actually, my memories are incomplete as well. He hesitated for a moment. However, I know that in the primordial era, the extinction of my race was closely related to the primordial 9 races. When I see the Rakshasa, God and witch race beings, hatred and killing intent will arise in the depths of my memories. It's the hatred of them exterminating my race. Night Spirit's gaze was cold and his tone was sinister. At the mention of the Rakshasa, God and witch race, the killing intent he exuded made even Su Zimo's heart skip a beat. However, immediately after, Night Spirit's eyes revealed a hint of sadness as he murmured softly, "I can sense that my clansmen are all dead. My father and mother are also dead. I no longer have any clansmen in this world." Others might not be able to understand Night Spirit's loneliness. Su Zimo did not dare to imagine how tragic it would be if he was the only human left in Tianhuang mainland. He might not be able to withstand it and break down completely. Night Spirit had always been cold to others, and it was rare to see such complicated emotions from him. Su Zimo patted him on the shoulder and consoled him softly. "Perhaps you no longer have any blood-related clansmen by your side. However, you still have us. Monkey, the spirit tiger, and all of us were your brothers." "That's right." Night Spirit nodded. "I still have you guys. That's the reason why I don't dare to expose my race and reveal my true form to others. My enemies are the Rakshasa, God, and witch race. There might even be others as well. He did not continue. However, Su Zimo could tell that Night Spirit was worried about implicating them. "We're sworn brothers." Su Zimo's gaze was resolute as he smiled. "Even if your enemies are the Rakshasa, God and witch race, we will stand by your side even against the primordial 9 races. Even if the entire world is your enemy, we will fight alongside you." Clenching his fists tightly, Night Spirit pursed his lips and nodded heavily. Although he had become sworn brothers with Su Zimo and the others all these years, he was worried about personal gains and losses and was mentally stressed. He loved spending time with Su Zimo and the others. However, he was worried that he would bring disaster to his brothers. After untying the knot in his heart, Night Spirit was much more spirited. Now that the goo worm trouble was resolved, the two of them headed towards Great Zhou, chatting and laughing. There was no need to hurry. A month ago, the North region was met with the goo worm calamity and was lifeless. Corpses that were harmed by the goo worms could be seen everywhere. But now, along the way, the two of them could clearly sense that the North region was gradually recovering its vitality. Everything was starting to get better. When they passed by a city, the two of them even bumped into cultivators of the Great Zhou who were here to cast a rain spell to release a divine rain that could resolve the goo worm calamity. It's all thanks to Xiaoning this time round. When he saw that, Su Zimo could not help but smile. Yes. Night Spirit nodded. Xiaoning has saved countless people over the years. Oh! Su Zimo glanced sideways and asked curiously, by the way, how did you guys survive the past 100 years? It had been more than 100 years since they parted ways in Myriad Phenomenon City. All these years, Xiaoning had not returned to the Middle Continent. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not see Xiaoning and Night Spirit when he reunited with Little Fatty, Lung Ro, and the others at the Thousand Crane Tea Party 10 years ago. Night Spirit replied, she's been saving people. Saving people. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Night Spirit said she paid her respects to Su Hong. After leaving Pingyang town, she roamed the North region. Every time she passed by a place, she would settle down temporarily and try her best to treat the patients there. Given her status as a disciple of Elixir Yang sect and the legacy of Elixir Pool sect, it's naturally not difficult for her to treat mortals. Her rescue deeds went on for more than 100 years. Over the years, we traveled to countless places and lost count of how many mortals she saved. Night Spirit recounted everything with a calm tone. However, Su Zimo's heart ached when he heard that. Su Hong's death had an even greater impact on Xiaoning than he had imagined. Xiaoning did not manage to save Su Hong in time. In fact, she did not even manage to be by his side before he died. This was a regret that she could not let go. For the past 100 years, Xiaoning had been saving people. This was also a form of salvation for her. In reality, the mortals that Xiaoning saved were merely a reflection of Su Hong. She was using this method to make up for her regrets. Su Hong's death did not only affect Xiaoning, but Su Zimo as well. To be precise, the reason why Su Zimo wanted to establish his Tao and allow everyone to cultivate and become an immortal was because he could not do anything when he saw Su Hong grow old. He had never thought about saving the masses. All he wanted was for the people around him to live well. If possible, he wanted to give everyone a chance for them to change their fates. Finally, Night Spirit smiled with a look of admiration. In the cultivation world, you might be famous for your desolate martial title. However, Xiaoning is much more famous than you among the mortals of the North region. It was also thankful that Xiaoning intervened for the calamity of the witch Gu this time round. Otherwise, who knows how much of a catastrophe it would have caused. Su Zimo lamented as well. If there was truly any merit in this world, this was supreme merit. The Buddhist sutras said that saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Xiaoning's merit was immeasurable. Right then, a gigantic ancient city appeared before them. The city was bustling with people and carriages. In a corner of the city, a group of people were gathered. In the middle was an old man in a long robe with a scholarly crown on his head. He had a rosy complexion and was leaning against a chair. The old man pressed his left hand against a wooden block and waved his folding fan with his right. He spoke with a fluent voice, and the surrounding mortals were entranced. When Su Zimo caught sight of the old man, he could not help but exclaim softly. Chapter 1134, Killing Intent. Chapter 1134, Killing Intent. On the other hand, Tao, being lone soul, had an evil nature. Upon his return, he released many ferocious goo-worms that wreaked havoc upon the masses. As a result, disaster befell and many living beings died. The old man's tone was sinister. If the goo-worms were allowed to wreak havoc, the entire land will be turned into a tomb with all the races buried together, let alone this city. Ah! A series of exclamations came from the crowd. It was clear that the old man was proficient in his craft and was able to manipulate the emotions of the masses. Upon his narration, many people felt as though they experienced the events personally. What should we do? Someone in the crowd could not help but ask. The old man was neither hurried nor slow as his left hand slammed down. With a bang, he changed the topic. At this critical moment, a woman stood out. This woman is practically the reincarnation of a medical immortal. She has miraculous hands that can bring spring back to life. Without resting, she spent countless efforts to refine elixirs and integrate them into the rain, sending down a divine rain to save the world. Through the old man's description, the witch Gu Calamity was filled with ups and downs that tugged at one's heartstrings. Of course, the old man did not say much about the Battle of Ethereal Peak and the capital of Great Zhou. He merely mentioned it briefly. After a long time, he stroked his long beard and nodded with a smile, fanning himself with a relaxed expression. However, discussions broke out in the crowd. So that's the case. No wonder there was a sudden rainfall a few days ago. So, it was because of this immortal doctor. That's right. My neighbor, Little Six, was about to die. I personally witnessed him recovering upon drinking a few mouthfuls of the rainwater. He's practically filled with life right now. Everyone discussed excitedly. Pfft, what immortal doctor? You make it sound so mysterious. Someone in the crowd harumphed in disdain. What did you say? Everyone glared at him angrily. That person was shocked. He had not expected such a huge reaction from a casual remark. Looking at everyone's expressions, they wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. It's just that the storyteller's mouth is full of nonsense. How can he be serious? The person gulped and was already feeling guilty as his voice turned softer. How is it not true? Someone immediately shouted. Everything else aside, there's no way the immortal doctor isn't real. That's right. Another person said, the immortal doctor came here before and saved many people. We saw it with our own eyes. Only the immortal doctor can possess such methods with such a benevolent heart. Everyone spoke one after another without any doubt. That person's face was pale, and he could only leave dejectedly. Just as everyone was about to continue listening, they realized that the old storyteller had already disappeared. Nobody saw how the old man left and where he went. In the sky, the old man sat leisurely on the clouds. Su Zimo hurried forward and bowed. I'm desolate, Marshal. Greetings, Senior. This old man was none other than the one he had seen in the capital of Great Zhou more than 100 years ago, the one who single-handedly defended against a dragon. Senior, why are you here? Su Zimo could not help but ask out of curiosity. This old man was from Enigma Palace. The behavior of those from Enigma Palace was strange. Given the old man's cultivation and combat strength, he was already at the peak of Tianhuang mainland, but yet he was fooling around in the mortal world, appearing within a city of the North region. In fact, he even told stories with a straight face. How was my narration? The old man asked with a smile. Splendid. Su Zimo laughed as well. The old man nodded. Actually, there's nothing bad about spreading the affairs of the cultivation world. It's especially the case for someone like Su Xiaoning. With her merits, she deserves to be remembered by the masses. Such a thing would be recorded in the history books of the cultivation world. However, mortals would rarely have the chance to come into contact with them. The old man roamed the North region and spread the news like a storyteller. If these stories were to be passed down, there might still be people who would remember them after many years. The old man's expression turned serious. I was initially in seclusion, but I had a sudden impulse. When I came out of seclusion, I realized that the North region was filled with resentment and was lifeless. I knew that something major had happened in the North region, so I hurried over. By the time I arrived, you guys had already settled it. That's good. The old man smiled and asked, actually, you played a huge role in the witch Gu Calamity as well. However, do you know why I did mention you earlier on? Su Zimo shook his head. The old man looked at Su Zimo with deep anticipation in his eyes. That's because you have even greater merit. You're desolate marshal who wishes to establish the Tao for the masses. That's the true fortune of the masses and the human race. Don't worry, Senior. I'll definitely do my best and not let you down. Su Zimo cupped his fists with a resolute gaze. Good, good, good. The old man nodded and said, I'll wait for that day. Pausing for a moment, the old man's gaze shifted and landed on Night Spirit. His pupils suddenly constricted. Is this the black dog that was by your side back then? The old man suddenly asked. Yes. Su Zimo replied. Enigma Palace was known to be able to divine the mysteries of the world and leave nothing out. Naturally, such a thing could not be hidden from the old man before him. It did not matter as long as the old man could not recognize Night Spirit's race. Just as Su Zimo was deep in thought, the old man suddenly said a word that shocked the world. Su Zimo was stricken and jumped in shock. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold, and he almost attacked the old man uncontrollably. Taboo! The old man suddenly said that word. Su Zimo's expression changed starkly. Even though Night Spirit did not reveal his true form, his identity was still exposed by the old man. Back when Night Spirit was still the black dog, even the old man could not tell his background. But now he was exposed. As expected of a primordial taboo, your killing intent is way too strong. The old man's tone was calm and emotionless as he chuckled. You actually wanted to attack me after I exposed your identity? Huh. Night Spirit was expressionless and merely looked at the old man coldly. In Night Spirit's heart, apart from Su Zimo and a few others, there was nothing that could not be killed. Senior Night Spirit. Su Zimo had just spoken when he was interrupted by the old man. The old man said, You don't have to worry. As long as he doesn't reveal his true form, not many people will be able to see through his background. However, he changed the topic and looked deeply at Night Spirit. Without continuing, he flicked his sleeves and left, saying indifferently, Good luck. In the blink of an eye, the old man vanished. It was only now that Su Zimo and Night Spirit heaved a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, both of them broke out in cold sweat. It was only then that Su Zimo realized what was going on. The moment he knew of Night Spirit's background, the old man's killing intent was definitely triggered as well. The Void Reversion Night Spirit was someone that even the old man of Enigma Palace was wary of. In fact, he even wanted to kill Night Spirit. If Night Spirit dared to attack, he would have been a corpse by now. However, later on, the old man seemed to have thought of something and held back without attacking. Chapter 1135, North Region Dao Meat. Chapter 1135, North Region Dao Meat. Su Zimo and Night Spirit returned to Great Zhou from Gu Sect and passed by some ancient cities that initially belonged to Great Yu. However, the royal flags in these ancient cities had changed to that of Great Zhou's. Some of the vassal states of Great Yu submitted as well. Su Zimo made a detour and entered the territories of Great Shang and Great Xia. He realized that this situation was not only within the territory of the Great Yu dynasty. Many vassal states of Great Xia and Great Shang had submitted as well. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and guessed the reason. The witch Gu calamity this time round caused the people of the North region to be plunged into misery and suffering. This was especially so for the 4 dynasties. Many vassal states were destroyed because of this. As for the 4 dynasties, they were in a precarious situation because of this chaos. With Su Zimo and his sister in the Great Zhou dynasty, the battle in the capital suppressed most of the cultivation forces of the 3 dynasties. The emperors of the 3 dynasties were now in the capital of Great Zhou and had sworn allegiance to the empress of Great Zhou, Jiaoxua. Once the news spread, chaos would definitely ensue in the 3 dynasties. Coupled with the witch Gu calamity, the 3 dynasties disintegrated rapidly. At that moment, Xiaoning made her move and countless cultivators of Great Zhou headed to various parts of the Great Zhou dynasty's territory to change the weather. summoning divine rain to resolve the witch-goo calamity. The reputation of the immortal doctor spread throughout the North region. Naturally, the vassal states of the three dynasties bowed in submission. Given the macro state of things, it did not matter even if the three dynasties had Dharma characteristic Tao lords backing them. This is for the best too. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, Su Zimo murmured softly. If the great Zhou dynasty could make use of this opportunity to annex and merge the other three dynasties into a new dynasty, there would be less wars in the North region. This was a good thing for everyone in the world. After the calamity of the witch-goo, the people of the North region needed a chance to recuperate and could no longer endure the endless flames of war. Back in the capital of Great Zhou, Su Zimo met with Ji Yaoxue. That day he arrived in time to resolve the crisis of Great Zhou before rushing to Ethereal Peak. The two of them did not have the time to talk. As Su Zimo had expected, although Ji Yaoxue was a woman, she was not inferior to men in her ambitions. She did not miss out on this opportunity to devise strategies and determine victory from 1,000 miles away. She attacked from afar and worked together to annex the territories of the three dynasties. The great Zhou dynasty was finally flourishing under her rule. Xiaoning continued to refine elixirs in the capital. The destruction of the 10,000 goo swamp was equivalent to severing the root of the goo worms. The witch-goo calamity had stabilized over the past month, and there was no need for her to refine elixirs day and night without rest. Xiaoning's condition was gradually improving as well. Su Zimo returned to Ethereal Peak to catch up with old friends like the old immortal crane and Yanqi. He did not have many old friends of the past left. Even Su Zimo's first master, the disheveled old man of Weapon Peak, died on Weapon Peak after his lifespan was depleted a few years ago. However, even at the end, the disheveled old man had a smile on his face. Every disciple that joined Ethereal Peak knew that the number one of the phenomenon ranking, the peerless monster incarnate of history, Su Zimo, was his disciple. Even though Ethereal Peak was slightly weakened after that battle, it was clear that it had grown stronger. This was akin to a rebirth through flames after surviving two calamities. Right now, Nianqi has the greatest potential in Ethereal Peak. She possessed the bloodline of the god race and had a long lifespan. Although more than 100 years had passed, Nianqi still looked the same. She stood quietly behind Su Zimo like a young girl. After Nianqi entered the void reversion realm, her status in Ethereal Peak was second only to the old immortal crane. She was extremely beautiful, coupled with her terrifying combat strength. She could even fight against the old immortal crane and was conferred the title of the goddess of Ethereal Peak by many disciples. Many Ethereal Peak disciples were heartbroken when Su Zimo returned. That was because the sacred and inviolable goddess in their hearts was actually by Su Zimo's side every day, like a maidservant doing the chores that a Tao child should do. In the eyes of many disciples, this was practically blasphemy against a goddess. However, Nianqi did not mind. In her heart, Su Zimo had an extremely important position that no one could replace. This time round, Su Zimo was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he entered seclusion in Ethereal Peak and continued cultivating. Firstly, he was worried that some sect or faction would seek trouble with the great Zhou dynasty or Ethereal Peak. After all, he and Night Spirit had not only killed the young master and blind old man of the witch race this time round, they even killed a Dharma characteristic Tao, lord of Dragon Tiger sect, and more than 100 void reversions. Secondly, his green lotus true body had yet to refine the energy he obtained from the tempering of the primordial divine spring in Gu sect completely. If he could refine all the energy, he might be able to cultivate to the peak of the late-stage void reversion realm. A year later, Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo broke out of seclusion. At the entrance of his cave abode, a beautiful and flawless girl stood there. Her eyes were blue and her nose was straight with skin as smooth as a porcelain doll. "Young master," she called softly. It was none other than Nian Qi. "Young master, your cultivation has improved again." Nian Qi swept her gaze across Su Zimo and could sense that his aura had increased tremendously after a year. "Yes." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. As he had expected, he had already absorbed the power of the divine spring that was fused into the green lotus true body within a year, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the late-stage void reversion realm. He was only a step away from breaking through to the perfected void reversion realm. "Has anything happened in Great Zhou in the past year?" Standing in front of the cave abode, Su Zimo looked down at the mountains and forests beneath him and asked softly. "Nothing much." Nian Qi said, "The 3 dynasties of Great Xia, Great Yu, and Great Shang have already been destroyed. The Great Zhou dynasty has already annexed all the territories of the 3 dynasties, and its power is still rising." "All right." Su Zimo nodded. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, "Have Dharma characteristic Tao, lords of the 3 dynasties appeared? Did the descendants of their royal families attempt revenge?" For the past year, he guarded Ethereal Peak. The reason why Night Spirit was guarding the capital of Great Zhou was because he was worried that something like that would happen. "No." Nian Qi shook her head. "This is the trend of the world. Even if they're indignant, it's useless. There are almost no obstacles in the process of annexing the 3 dynasties. It can be considered as returning to the people's wishes." "Any news from Dragon Tiger sect?" Su Zimo asked again. "No." Nian Qi shook her head. Pausing for a moment, she seemed to have recalled something and said suddenly, "Right, I heard that there's going to be a grand gathering in the cultivation world of the North region in a few days. It's called the North Region Dao Meet. The reason why it's called a Dao Meet is because the only ones who can attend are void reversion Dao beings and Dharma characteristic Dao lords of the North region. It's said that the 10 upper sects of the North region and the various major cultivation clans will be present as well." Chapter 1136, Crippled. Chapter 1136, Crippled. North Region Dao Meet. Su Zimo's expression was calm when he heard that. He did not have much of a reaction and merely murmured softly. Nian Qi continued, "It's a gathering where void reversion Dao beings and Dharma characteristic Dao, lords of the North region spar, interact, and even trade. I heard that it's also to prepare for the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking in the near future. For cultivators, such a grand event was definitely a rare opportunity. As long as they participated in the event, even if they did not spar, they could watch from the sidelines and familiarize themselves with the dharmic arts of other cultivators. If they could spar, verify, and interact with one another, their understanding of heaven and earth and dharmic arts would be deeper. Some cultivators might be stuck at bottlenecks for hundreds or even thousands of years without any breakthroughs. However, in this event, they might be enlightened with a single sentence from others and find an opportunity to break through. Furthermore, void reversion Dao beings and Dharma characteristic Dao, lords of the North region, would also be gathered at such a grand event. In reality, this event was a rare marketplace. Some cultivators might need treasures or materials that other cultivators might have. Both parties could trade items for treasures. Will there be cultivators of Glass Palace? After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo suddenly asked, "I think so." Nian Qi said, "Even though Glass Palace is one of the immortal sects, they shouldn't want to miss such a rare event." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes with a cold glint. There was something that lingered in his heart. Dao being Xianyu of Glass Palace, the culprit behind the destruction of the 13 cities of Yan country. Back at the Great Qian ruins, Dao being Xianyu was the one that shattered Su Zimo's golden core and forced him to leap into Dragon Burial Valley. Dao being Xian Yu was also the one that snatched away the treasure that little Fox guarded with her life, the fire-blocking basket. The feud between the two of them was extremely deep. The feud between Su Zimo and Glass Palace was also caused by Dao being Xian Yu. There would definitely be a fight to the death between the two of them. Xian Yu, now that more than 100 years have passed, I wonder if I should refer to you as a Dao being or Dao Lord. Su Zimo murmured softly with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. After more than 100 years, Xian, you might still be a void reversion. Of course, there was also a chance that he might have already entered the Dharma characteristic realm and became a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord. No matter if he was a void reversion or Dharma characteristic, there was a high chance that Xian, you would partake in the North Region Dao Meet. That was because the North Region Dao Meet was a grand event specially prepared for void reversions and Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Right then, two figures appeared in the distance and sped over on clouds. They arrived in the blink of an eye. One of them wore a black robe and had a sharp expression. His eyes were deep and his expression was cold. It was Night Spirit. The other person was tall and burly with a head of golden hair that was curled. His beard was also golden in color and was connected to his hair. That person had his chest bared and there was a lot of fur on it. He looked extremely rough. Su Zimo was stunned for a moment when he caught sight of the golden-haired man. He was overjoyed and could not help but laugh. 7 long time no see. The golden-haired man was none other than the golden lion that was sworn siblings with Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and the others. The golden lion was ranked last among the 7 sworn siblings, number 7. He was also equally excited when he saw Su Zimo. First, the two of them dispersed their clouds and descended as the golden lion shouted. Su Zimo went forward and punched the golden lion on the chest. He scolded jokingly, "You sure are happy on your own with your lover. You haven't seen your brothers for more than 100 years now." Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, Su Zimo and the others planned to head to Thousand Demon Valley. However, the golden lion was worried about its lover and decided to return to the Berserk Lion Ridge of the North Region. The separation between the 7 siblings lasted for more than 100 years. I remember it too. Night Spirit was delighted in this meeting between brothers as well, and added a rare, teasing quip. What was her name? Cuckoo? She was very nice to you. Huh. The golden lion lowered its head slightly and rubbed its furry palms, smiling embarrassedly. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Others might not be able to tell, but he could vaguely sense that something was bothering the golden lion. At the very least, the golden lion did not have the same old expression at the mention of cuckoo. On the contrary, there was a hint of pain, anger, and helplessness in the golden lion's eyes. Of course, that gaze flashed by. Coupled with the fact that the golden lion had lowered its head, Su Zimo did not manage to see clearly. He was filled with joy after reuniting with his brother after a long time and did not think too much about it. Why are you guys together? Su Zimo asked with a smile. I was bored in the capital, so I came here to take a look. Night Spirit said, to think that I would sense someone spying nearby the moment I arrived outside Ethereal Peak. When he heard that, Su Zimo laughed. There were not many people in this world who could hide from Night Spirit's senses. Even the Hidden Death sect disciples who were best at concealment could not do it. Pointing at the golden lion, Night Spirit continued, I walked over secretly and saw him. If not for his yellow fur, I would have killed him. This was no joke. It was way too easy for Night Spirit to kill someone silently. Foo-foo. The golden lion chuckled foolishly. Night Spirit appeared suddenly like a ghost and gave me a fright. You still have the cheek to say that. Night Spirit said, you stood in the forest in a daze, lost in thought. What were you thinking about? I'm fine. Rubbing his hands, the golden lion lowered his head subconsciously and said in a much lower voice, "Nothing much." This time round, Su Zimo was not the only one. Even Night Spirit and Yan Qi noticed something amiss with the golden lion. The three of them exchanged glances without saying anything. When Su Zimo saw that the golden lion was travel-worn and looked tired, he patted the latter on the shoulder. "Let's go. Don't just stand here. Come into the cave abode and sit down. Let's drink and talk." "Yes." The golden lion nodded. The four of them headed towards the cave abode. After taking a few steps, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he glanced sideways. Previously, none of them noticed anything when the golden lion rode on his auspicious cloud. However, as they walked, he noticed that the golden lion's footsteps were not nimble, they were deep and shallow. Although the golden lion was intentionally restraining himself, his leg was clearly crippled. Night Spirit noticed it as well and exclaimed softly. Almost at the same time, Su Zimo and Night Spirit stopped in their tracks and turned around. Both of them had stern expressions as they looked at the golden lion with bright eyes. "What's going on?" Su Zimo asked coldly. The golden lion grit its teeth as though it wanted to say something. However, after hesitating for a long time, it sighed and lowered its head. Chapter 1137 Yuan Wushuang. Chapter 1137 Yuan Wushuang. It's nothing much. The golden lion lowered his head and wanted to continue forward, but Su Zimo grabbed him. "What's going on?" He glared at the golden lion and his tone turned heavier. The golden lion did not dare to meet Su Zimo's gaze and merely said in a low, muffled voice, "I merely lost a fight against someone because I'm weaker." Although the golden lion's words were simple, Su Zimo knew that there must be more to it than meets the eye. Otherwise, the golden lion would not have such an expression. In the depths of his eyes, he was conflicted and clearly had something on his mind. Who did it? Night Spirit's gaze was cold and his tone was murderous. Ever since Night Spirit was born in Ethereal Peak, he had no clansmen. He had always viewed Su Zimo and the others as his kin. Although the golden lion only knew him later on, they had fought side by side before and were sworn brothers. Now that the golden lion was severely injured, Night Spirit's killing intent was triggered. At their cultivation realm, coupled with the fact that the golden lion was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast with a powerful bloodline, his regeneration capabilities were shocking. Even if someone broke his leg, he would recover after resting for a period of time. But now the golden lion was limping and was already crippled. One could imagine how badly his leg was injured back then. The golden lion hung his head slightly in silence. However, Su Zimo and the others could tell the struggle in the golden lion's eyes. "Seven, what are you afraid of? What can't you say?" Frowning, Night Spirit asked again. "It's not that I can't say it. It's useless even if I do." The golden lion laughed bitterly. "I know that you guys want to help me, but let's forget about this matter. Are you afraid of implicating us?" Su Zimo raised his brow. "Tell me first, who is the other party and what is his background?" The golden lion hesitated for a moment. When he thought of that person, endless rage surged in his eyes. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer and grit his teeth. "He's from the Yuan clan." Yuan clan. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. Yuan of the 4 gentry cultivation clans. In the North region, there were 4 gentry clans that were comparable to the 10 upper sects of the North region. They were strong and had deep foundations. During the fight at the Great Qian Ruins, Su Zimo had interacted with these sects and factions. "That's right." The golden lion nodded and said hatefully, "Cuckoo and I stayed in Wild Lion Ridge for 100 years peacefully. 10 years ago, I heard about the news of First in the Middle Continent's 1,000 Crane Tea Party. Because I missed you guys, I discussed with Cuckoo, and we prepared to head to the Middle Continent to look for you guys. However, not long after we left the wild lion ridge, we encountered that person, Yuan Wushuang. At the mention of this person, besides anger and hatred, there was also fear and helplessness in the golden lion's eyes. Cuckoo is a variant of the golden lion clan and is special with an entirely pure gold body. When Yuan Wushuang caught sight of Cuckoo, he had thoughts of taking her as his mount. The golden lion paused for a moment and sighed softly. He's too strong. Although we were both at the void reversion realm, we lasted less than 10 moves against him despite our combined strength. At that point, Suzimo and Night Spirit looked calm. Void reversions were no longer a threat to them. Nian Qi said naturally, "There's no need to worry about void reversions. With young master around, we can snatch Cuckoo back at any time." The golden lion laughed bitterly again, shaking his head and saying, "You all didn't fight him, so you don't know how powerful he is. If First hadn't been crippled by a half-martial ancestor, he might be able to win over him. Now that First has lost his physique and utmost treasures like the Divine Phoenix Bone and Creation Green Lotus, he's definitely no match for him." During the battle at the capital of Great Zhou, the cultivators of the 3 dynasties either died or were injured. Those who survived had already submitted to Ji Yaoxue. In the Battle of Ethereal Peak, all the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect were wiped out. These 2 battles were not seen by outsiders. The cultivators of the North region had only received some vague news and knew that Dao being Desolate Marshal had returned. However, not many people knew the details of the 2 battles. The outside world still thought that Dao being Desolate Marshal had fallen from grace and was now no different from the masses. Even the Golden Lion felt the same way. After all, many cultivators had witnessed a half-martial ancestor crippling his body and shattering his creation Green Lotus. The Golden Lion said, "This Yuan Wushuang is known as the #1 genius in the history of the Yuan clan. His talent is heaven-defying, and he is blessed with luck. He has obtained countless immortal encounters and is known as the #1 Dao being in the North region." "Oh, in that case, he does have some ability." Su Zimo nodded and said indifferently, "One of the immortal sects, Glass Palace, was located in the North region. The fact that Yuan Wushuang could be called the #1 Dao being in the North region meant that his combat strength surpassed many of Glass Palace's successors. This was indeed not easy. However, those titles were nothing to Su Zimo, who were the void reversions that died in his hands 10 years ago. They were the titular disciples of the super sects. What happened to Di Yin, whom people claimed was comparable to the human emperor? No matter how strong Yuan Wushuang was, could he compare to Di Yin? Su Zimo did not explain and asked again, "What happened after that? He broke your legs after abducting Cuckoo?" "No." The Golden Lion shook his head. "Back then, I was severely injured and nearly lost my life. Thankfully, a treasure I obtained in the ancient battlefield saved my life. When I woke up, Yuan Wushuang had already left. Half a year later, I recovered from my injuries and snuck into the Yuan clan. However, Yuan Wushuang saw me and suppressed me. If Cuckoo hadn't pleaded for me, I would have died 9 years ago." At the mention of this, the Golden Lion's eyes still carried indescribable pain. Not many people would be able to bear watching their beloved plead for them in front of their enemies. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth and said, "Yuan Wushuang said that while I can avoid death, I can't avoid punishment. In order to teach me a lesson, he broke all the bones in my right leg and crushed them into fingernail-sized pieces. He even cut my hamstring into pieces." At this point, the Golden Lion's voice was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was filled with hatred, as though he had returned to that night 9 years ago. He would never be able to forget how Yuan Wushuang had stepped on him and looked down at him from above. He would never be able to forget the disdain and ridicule in Yuan Wushuang's eyes. He would never be able to forget Yuan Wushuang's devilish voice. Little lion, I want you to remember forever not to provoke me. This time, I will only cripple one of your legs as a reminder. Next time, I will break all the bones in your body piece by piece. He would never be able to forget how Kuka knelt beside Yuan Wushuang's feet and wept loudly, begging for forgiveness. This scene was like a sharp blade that was stabbed into his chest. The pain was unbearable. The 9 years of heart-wrenching pain tortured this heroic man until he was afraid of everything. He no longer had the spirit he had in the past. Nian Qi's eyes were red as she turned her head away, unable to bear to look at the golden lion. With a cold expression, Su Zimo patted the golden lion's arm gently and said in an icy voice, "Stop talking. We're leaving tomorrow. Follow me to the North Region Dao Meet." Chapter 1138, Chance Encounter. Chapter 1138, Chance Encounter. Early the next morning, Su Zimo and the others bade farewell to the old immortal crane and left Ethereal Peak. There were not many people in their group for this trip. There was only Su Zimo, Night Spirit, the Golden Lion, and Nian Qi. Actually, Su Zimo did not intend to bring Nian Qi along. However, he could not withstand her coaxing and pestering. On second thought, Nian Qi had half of the god race's bloodline after all. Now that she had stepped into the void reversion realm, she should be able to protect herself against Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. Furthermore, there was still him and Night Spirit. They boarded a spirit vessel controlled by Night Spirit and soon disappeared from Ethereal Peak. Not long after he left, the Golden Lion felt a little uneasy. First, Night Spirit, I know that you guys want to help me and can't take this lying down. However, there are many experts gathered at the North Region Dao Meet. You guys can't risk your lives for me. The Golden Lion said with a troubled expression, Yuan Wushuang is backed by the Yuan clan, which is on good terms with other sects and factions. The 4 of us have no chance of winning. Furthermore, I heard that there will be many Dharma-characteristic Tao lords gathered at the North Region Dao Meet. Let's not go. 7. Why have you become so timid? Night Spirit teased. The Golden Lion's face turned red, quickly arguing, It's not that I'm timid. It's nothing even if I lose my life. However, I'm worried about implicating you guys. Don't think too much. Su Zimo waved his hand. I'm not going to the North Region, Dao, Meet just for you. I have other things to do. Ah. The Golden Lion was stunned. Su Zimo explained, the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect interfered in the Witch Gook calamity a year ago. They haven't been accountable for that matter just yet. Also, I have a deep grudge against Dao being Xianyu of Glass Palace. I'm going to see if I can bump into him. Even if you weren't involved, I'd still head to the North Region Dao Meet. The Golden Lion seemed to be still worried and said, First, you must be careful when we arrive at the North Region Dao Meet. Don't be reckless. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Zimo smiled calmly. After pondering for a moment, the Golden Lion reverted to his true form on the spirit vessel. He shrank continuously until he was almost half a person tall. The originally majestic and ferocious Golden Lion now looked like a harmless pet. The reason why the Golden Lion did this was because he was worried he might bring Su Zimo unnecessary trouble. That was because after cultivating to fiend demons, they could take on human form, and it was difficult for cultivators to see through their flaws. Therefore, in the cultivation world, if fiend demons were discovered in human form, they would be surrounded and killed by cultivators immediately. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying it was to have a fiend demon in human form sandwiched between many cultivators. All the cultivators would subconsciously assume that this fiend demon had ulterior motives. If a fiend demon were to transform into his true form and shrink to the size of a pet, other cultivators would know that the fiend demon was a cultivator's mount or spirit pet. If it was 10 years ago, the Golden Lion would not have cared about such minor details. Su Zimo would not have minded either. However, the Golden Lion had experienced too much in the past 10 years and had become extremely cautious. He was afraid that Su Zimo and Night Spirit would suffer a calamity because of him and leave his side just like Cuckoo. Night Spirit opened his mouth slightly, as though he wanted to say something but held it back. Both he and Su Zimo knew that the Golden Lion had already developed a knot in its heart. Even if others tried to persuade it, it would be useless. The only way to resolve this mental knot was through Yuan Wushuang. Night Spirit controlled the spirit vessel and sped for an entire day and night before leaving the territory of Great Zhou. After the Great Zhou dynasty annexed the Great Xia, Great Shang, and Great Yu dynasties, its territory was many times larger than before. Of course, the Great Zhou dynasty was far from being able to be called an empire. Its strength was far inferior compared to the Great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago. That was because there were no super sects in the territory of Great Zhou. Not to mention super sects, there weren't even any factions like the 10 upper sects, aristocratic families, or gentry clans. In the past, there were 2 super sects in the Great Qian Empire. To be called an empire, one had to possess absolute dominance in a major region. The Great Zhou dynasty was far from that. The moment the spirit vessel left the territory of Great Zhou, a spirit vessel appeared not far away from them. It was leaving Great Zhou as well and sped alongside the spirit vessel of Su Zimo and the others. The spirit vessel was majestic and domineering. It was clearly extraordinary. Compared to the spirit vessel opposite, the spirit vessel that Su Zimo and the others sat on was much more simple and crude. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the gigantic spirit vessel opposite him. There were 6 people at the bow, 3 youngsters, 2 male and 1 female. Behind the 3 youngsters were 2 middle-aged men. The gigantic spirit vessel was controlled by another old man in plain clothes. The old man looked ordinary. However, Su Zimo was sharp and experienced. He had interacted with cultivators like that too many times. Even without using his spirit consciousness, he could sense that the old man was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. It was not only the old man. Even the 2 middle-aged men behind the 3 youngsters were Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. It was quite rare to meet 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords in this vicinity. Su Zimo thought of something and narrowed his eyes. His gaze landed on the 3 youngsters. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were at the nascent soul realm while the woman was at the void reversion realm. Wearing brocade robes, the 2 men were handsome and looked extremely noble. The woman in the middle was beautiful and dignified. She wore a moon-white Tao robe and was tall with a voluptuous figure. Her black hair was like ink that hung down her head and swayed gently. A few strands of black hair brushed past that elegant and refined face, contrasting her pensive expression. The 3 of them had unique auras, and Su Zimo already had a guess about their backgrounds. At that moment, the 6 people on the gigantic spirit vessel noticed Su Zimo as well. The old man was focused on the spirit vessel the entire time and did not turn back. The 2 Dharma characteristic middle-aged men merely glanced at Su Zimo and the others. When they realized that they were only void reversions, they did not pay much attention and retracted their gazes. On the other hand, the beautiful woman's gaze lingered. Her eyes swept past Su Zimo's group of 4 before landing on him. Turning around, she cupped her fists with a smile and asked loudly, "Fellow Taoist, where are you going?" "North Region, Tao Meet." Su Zimo replied, "Ah." The beautiful woman chuckled and invited with a sincere expression, "That's great, we're going to the North Region, Tao Meet as well. Why don't we travel together? How about taking a seat on our vessel?" Night Spirit pouted in disapproval. The 4 of them were close and naturally did not want to bother about strangers. Night Spirit had just opened his mouth and was about to reject when Su Zimo laughed and agreed readily. Sure. A look of doubt flashed through the eyes of Night Spirit and the other two. This did not seem like Su Zimo's style. However, the three of them realized that there must be a reason for this and decided to wait and see. Chapter 1139. This Person Isn't Simple. Chapter 1139. This Person Isn't Simple. Su Zimo's group of 4 descended on the gigantic spirit vessel. The spirit vessel was extremely sturdy and there were many formation patterns etched on its surface. It was obvious that it was created by a master. It was even more classy on the spirit vessel, where many of the structures were made of pure gold. On the bow was a sandalwood table with many spirit fruits and immortal peaches on it. There was even a steaming pot of fragrant tea. Fellow Taoist, please take a seat. The beautiful woman did not look at anyone else and merely extended an invitation to Su Zimo. She knew what was going on. Although this was just their first meeting, she could roughly guess the hierarchy between the 4 of them. Among the 4 of them, the green-robed cultivator was clearly the leader. Although the golden-haired girl behind the green-robed cultivator was good-looking, she followed the green-robed cultivator the entire time and was half in status beneath him. She should be a maidservant. That golden lion should be the green-robed cultivator's spirit pet or mount. The golden lion was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Not everyone could subdue a golden lion of the void reversion realm. As for the black-robed man, there was a high chance that he was also a servant since he was the one controlling the spirit vessel previously. In the cultivation world, it was normal to have some servants at the void reversion realm. After all, it was impossible for void reversions to cultivate spirit herbs, raise spirit beasts, or deal with trivial matters personally. In reality, although her guess was a little different, she was not wrong in her judgment. Indeed, Su Zimo was the leader of the 4. Su Zimo did not decline and sat down. He looked around and praised, "Fellow Taoist, this spirit vessel is truly not bad." He sat there and enjoyed the warm breeze, eating immortal fruits and drinking hot tea. He enjoyed the scenery of the majestic mountains and rivers. When the 2 men saw Su Zimo's expression, a look of disdain flashed through their eyes. I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. How did he manage to cultivate to the void reversion realm if he had never even seen a spirit vessel as such before? Both of them sneered internally. Despite their contempt, the 2 of them did not care much and sat down without saying anything. To be fair, both of them were at the nascent soul realm, and it was somewhat abrupt for them to sit together with a void reversion. The beautiful woman frowned slightly but did not say anything. Naturally, Su Zimo could not be bothered. The same way the beautiful woman sized up the 4 of them, he had long seen through the group of them as well. Although the 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords had the highest cultivation, their status was beneath the 3 youngsters. Among the 3 youngsters, the 2 men were clearly more simple-minded and looked like playboys from the royal family. The woman before him was elegant and dignified with an outstanding aura. "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" the beautiful woman asked with a smile. Su Zimo replied, "My surname is Su." The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment before feeling relieved. In the cultivation world, it was normal for strangers to not tell each other their full or real names. After all, one had to be wary of others. The beautiful woman was tactful and did not continue asking. She merely raised a cup of fragrant tea and said with a smile, "I'm Yulan, Brother Su. It's fate that I was able to meet you here in the North region. Here, I'll use tea as a replacement for wine and offer you a toast." Unknowingly, the woman called Yulan changed her way of addressing Su Zimo from fellow Taoist to Brother Su. The distance between the 2 of them seemed to have closed up as well. "You're welcome, fellow Taoist." Su Zimo replied indifferently. He raised his teacup and drank it in one gulp. Yulan smiled and asked, "Brother Su, you have an extraordinary bearing. You must be from some major sect, right? Although she seemed to be praising him, in reality, she was also trying to find out more about Suzimo. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. Suzimo shook his head and smiled. That was indeed the truth. 100 years ago, he had already left Ethereal Peak when he offended Glass Palace and traveled to the Middle Continent. Yulan stared at Suzimo with her beautiful eyes. When she saw that the latter was calm and did not seem to be faking it, she was slightly relieved. When the two men heard that Suzimo was an itinerant cultivator, their contempt intensified and they pursed their lips instinctively. The two men no longer paid attention to Suzimo. Instead, their gazes would drift behind Suzimo from time to time to look at the slender, golden-haired girl. There was a strange glint in their eyes. Glancing at Yulan, Suzimo suddenly asked, "Where are you from, fellow Taoist?" Yulan's expression was a little dejected as she shook her head and sighed. "My family fell and was destroyed by my enemies." Sigh, there's no point mentioning it. "Oh," Suzimo asked curiously, "what enemies?" Yulan hesitated for a moment and looked into Suzimo's clear eyes. After a long time she made up her mind and said slowly, "To be honest, cough." Right then, a violent cough sounded from the bow of the vessel, interrupting Yulan. The old man who was initially controlling the spirit vessel stood up unsteadily and lamented. "I'm getting old. Sigh. My body can't take it anymore after controlling the spirit vessel for a while." He staggered towards them. Yulan stood up hurriedly with a concerned expression. "Sorry." She smiled apologetically at Suzimo, supported the old man, and left the table, heading towards the cabin. Suzimo smiled faintly. The old man was a Dharma characteristic Tao lord. Although he was already in his twilight years, he was far from being this weak. The reason why that scene unfolded was because the old man did not want Yulan to continue. Yulan instantly understood the old man's intentions and supported him to leave temporarily. This sort of trick could be hidden from those who were inexperienced. For example, the two men in brocade robes at the table were gorging themselves and did not seem to have noticed anything. However, it was useless against Suzimo. He remained silent and observed the situation. The moment they returned to the cabin and closed the door, Yulan frowned and said softly, "Uncle Zheng, if there's anything, you can just send a voice transmission with your spirit consciousness. Why did you have to do this?" The old man straightened his back and regained his rosy complexion. He was hale and hearty and did not look old at all. Uncle Zheng shook his head. "Princess, please don't take offense. If I use a spirit consciousness transmission, there will definitely be spirit consciousness fluctuation. There's a chance that Lad might be able to sense it. There's an array formation in this cabin that can isolate spirit consciousness and sound. It's only safe to speak here." Yulan nodded and did not harp on this matter. She asked, "Why did you interrupt me, Uncle Zheng?" "We only met by chance with that person. Are you really going to reveal your background?" Uncle Zheng asked in a deep voice with a grim expression. Yulan nodded. "Although fellow Taoist Su is at the void reversion realm, he has an extraordinary bearing. If we can befriend him and gain his trust, it might be a great help to our revival. What can an itinerant cultivator at the void reversion realm help us with?" The old man did not think much of it. "Princess, don't think that he's so great just because he has a golden lion mount. I noticed that the golden lion is crippled. It's nothing special. Uncle Zheng, believe me." Yulan had a resolute expression. "My judgment of people is not wrong. This person is not simple." Chapter 1140. Royalty of the Three Dynasties. Chapter 1140. Royalty of the Three Dynasties. On the bow. Not long after Yulan supported the old man and left, Night Spirit, whose head was initially lowered and was silent, flickered his eyes as though he sensed something. First, that Yulan person is a princess. Night Spirit used his spirit consciousness to send a voice transmission to Su Zimo. There was indeed an array formation above the cabin that could isolate spirit consciousness and sound. In fact, even Su Zimo could not hear the conversation between Yulan and the other person. However, Night Spirit could hear it. Yes. Su Zimo replied without any surprise. You knew about it long ago first? Night Spirit asked in surprise. Su Zimo smiled gently and sent a voice transmission. Yulan is a princess, while the other two are princes. If I'm not wrong, the three of them should be from the Great Yu, Great Xia, and Great Shang dynasties. Ah. Night Spirit was even more surprised. Su Zimo explained, This spirit vessel is classy and graceful. It's filled with jewels and treasures. If you take a closer look, you'll see many features of the royal family. Furthermore, the way the three of them sit and walk is different from ordinary cultivators. Only those from the royal family would possess such characteristics. After pondering for a moment, Night Spirit came to a realization. When he saw the three of them, he felt that there was something familiar about them. It turned out that the three of them were similar to Ji Yaoshua in that they came from royalty. That's not all. Su Zimo continued. This spirit vessel came from the Great Zhou dynasty's territory, and there are 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords on it. The only factions in the Great Zhou dynasty that have 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords are the 3 dynasties. Prior to this, he was already curious. Normally, the 3 dynasties should have Dharma characteristic Tao lords guarding them. However, after the 3 dynasties were destroyed, the 3 Dharma characteristic Tao lords disappeared without a trace. To think that they had hidden themselves alongside the bloodline of the royal families of the 3 dynasties. Right now, they seem to be heading to the north region, Tao, meet with a motive. The 3 dynasties were destroyed by the Great Zhou. To a certain extent, the bloodline of the 3 dynasties posed a threat to Ji Yaoshua. First, should we? When Night Spirit knew of their identities, his tone suddenly turned sinister. Let's wait a little longer and see what plans they have. Su Zimo shook his head gently. If these people cultivated peacefully from now on and did not interfere in the fight between the dynasties, there was no need for him to kill them all. Su Zimo and Night Spirit were communicating through spirit consciousness. On the other side, the 2 princes were also communicating through their spirit consciousnesses. After a long time, they exchanged glances and revealed sinister smiles. Miss, stop standing. Come and sit as well. The slightly plump, brocade-robed man narrowed his eyes and greeted with a chuckle, sizing Nian Qi up brazenly. Nian Qi merely glanced at that person indifferently without saying anything or moving. He was one of the princes of Great Shang and had seen countless women. However, those women were nothing compared to the girl before him. Not only was the prince not enraged by Nian Qi's cold and handsome appearance, he was even more tempted. Earlier on, he had already discussed with the prince of Great Xia beside him on how to take down this girl. In the worst-case scenario, they would have the 2 imperial advisors kill the green-robed cultivator. The 2 imperial advisors were Dharma characteristic Tao lords after all and stood right behind them. When the prince of Great Xia saw that Nian Qi did not react, he chuckled and stood up. Extending his palm, he grabbed Nian Qi's wrist and said, "Don't be shy. Come and sit." Initially, Su Zimo was communicating through spirit consciousness with Night Spirit. The moment he caught sight of the prince of Great Xia extending his arm, Su Zimo's gaze turned cold instantly. Right away, the temperature of the entire vessel dipped. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. Initially, the 2 Dharma characteristic Tao lords standing at the side merely frowned slightly at the sight. Suddenly, both of them shuddered and gasped. Pissed. The killing intent that the green-robed cultivator exuded made both of them shudder. If that was the case for Dharma characteristic Tao lords, it was even worse for the princes of Great Shang and Great Xia, who were merely at the nascent soul realm and were weaker. Instantly, their bodies turned extremely stiff and their expressions froze as well. Their eyes were filled with shock and their hair stood on end. It was as though they were about to face a calamity the next moment. Who was Su Zimo? How many people had he killed? What sort of people had he killed? Even ordinary void reversions would not be able to withstand his killing intent, let alone nascent souls. It was even possible for cowards to be scared to death on the spot. You better retract your claws. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the prince of Great Xia, and he said indifferently, "Unless you don't want them any more." His tone was extremely calm. However, it sent chills down one's spine. Almost without hesitation, as though it was an instinct to avoid danger, the Prince of Great Xia retracted his arm and retreated a few steps, hiding behind a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Cling! Clang! The Prince of Great Shang stood up hurriedly. In his panic, he bumped into his seat and made a sound. His face was pale and his legs went limp. He nearly fell to the ground and scrambled to hide behind another Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. I Imperial Advisor. He wants to kill me. The voice of the Prince of Great Shang trembled slightly with a shocked expression. The two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords no longer cared about shame when they saw how useless their princes were. Both of them had grim expressions and fixed their gazes on Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist, what's the meaning of this? One of the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords took a deep breath and composed himself once more, his gaze turning sharp. He was at the Dharma characteristic realm after all. The green-robed cultivator before him was only at the void reversion realm. They might have been imagining things earlier on. What's wrong with that? Right then, not far away, the door of the cabin opened and Yulan and the old man at the helm walked out, asking loudly. Initially, Yulan was chatting with Uncle Zhang. However, she realized that something had happened at the bow of the vessel and hurried over. Yulan, you came at the right time. The Prince of Great Xia mustered his courage and said, This impertinent Su tried to rebel and actually wanted to kill us. Oh. Yulan's expression did not change as she asked, Why did he try to kill you? Because. The Prince of Great Xia was stumped momentarily. It was way too embarrassing to mention that he harbored ill intentions towards the maidservant. The Prince of Great Shang braced himself and declared loudly, No matter what, he has committed a grave sin by wanting to kill us. He deserves death. Get lost. Suddenly, Yulan hollered with a dark expression and said coldly, Return to the cabin and stay there obediently. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. The Prince of Great Shang shrank his neck and did not dare to make a sound. You. However, the Prince of Great Xia had an indignant expression as he turned around. Imperial Advisor, she. The Dharma characteristic, Tao, Lord sighed. You guys should head back and reflect on yourselves. Upon hearing that, the two princes felt their hearts turn cold. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger before turning to leave. Chapter 1141, Powerful Sixth Sense. Chapter 1141, Powerful Sixth Sense. The two princes were indignant. However, they did not know that if Yulan had not asked them to leave, they would have been two corpses by now. If the two imperial advisors wanted to protect them, they would die along with them. Brother Su, I'm sorry. Yulan revealed an apologetic expression and bowed toward Su Zimo, saying sincerely, No matter how they offended you earlier on, I'll apologize to you here. It was out of Su Zimo's expectations that Yulan would do something like that given her status as a princess. They had only met by chance. To think that Yulan would stand on his side and even offend the two princes. Initially, he had intended to make use of this incident to start a massacre. Now that Yulan was like that, it was not convenient for him to make a move. Su Zimo nodded without saying anything more. The imperial advisors of Great Shan and Great Xia exchanged glances and lamented internally. Their two princes were royalty as well. However, compared to Princess Yulan, they were like dung. Faced with the same situation of their dynasty's destruction, the princess of Great Yu before them was trying her best to befriend various major sects, factions, and paragons so that she can revive her dynasty. However, their princes were merely thinking about women. The two imperial advisors had already decided that if the trip to the North region Dao Meet resulted in a successful revival of their dynasties, they would follow Princess Yulan. In their opinion, Princess Yulan, who was similarly a woman, was no weaker than the current Empress of Great Zhou. The reason why the Empress of Great Zhou could gain her current achievements was all because of that Dao being desolate martial. Uncle Zheng continued to steer the spirit vessel forward. Yulan sat back down and pondered for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I'm a princess of the Great Yu dynasty. Those two are princes of the Great Xia and Great Shan dynasties." After saying that, Yulan paused for a moment and looked into Su Zimo's eyes. The two imperial advisors standing behind her felt their hearts skip a beat as they glared at Su Zimo, wanting to see how the latter would react. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Su Zimo's expression was calm and his eyes were deep without any emotions. It was as though the title of prince and princess was no different from any other mortal in the eyes of the green-robed cultivator. How could this be? Could it be that this green-robed cultivator had not even heard of the 4 dynasties of the North region? The two imperial advisors muttered internally. Right then, Su Zimo said indifferently, "From what I know, the 3 dynasties of Great Shan, Great Xia, and Great Yu have already been destroyed." When Yulan saw that Su Zimo did not show any hostility, she was relieved. Yes. She let out a bitter laugh and sighed gently. It coincidentally happened when our dynasty was down on our luck, as fate would dictate. After a brief pause, Yulan's gaze turned resolute once more. "However, I'm indignant. I'm not willing to lose to the Empress of Great Zhou. I want to revive my dynasty." "Revive your dynasty?" Su Zimo raised his brow. Yulan nodded heavily. "The reason why the Great Zhou dynasty is in such a state today is not because of how strong they are. It's just because of a combination of many factors." That was true. The reason why the Great Zhou dynasty was able to unify so smoothly was mainly because of the calamity of the witch goo. It caused the 3 dynasties to collapse and fall apart without fighting. Yulan continued, "I believe that I'm not inferior to the Empress of Great Zhou. Her only backing is just that Dao being desolate martial." When he heard that, a strange look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Although Dao being desolate martial was famous in the current cultivation world, not many people had seen his appearance. Yulan did not know that the person sitting in front of her was Dao being desolate martial. Yulan did not notice the strange look in Su Zimo's eyes and continued, "To be honest, the reason why I'm heading to the North region Dao Meet is to look for a paragon that can suppress Dao being desolate martial." "You want to suppress desolate martial? Huh." Su Zimo laughed and shook his head slightly. Yulan thought that Su Zimo did not believe her and said hurriedly, "Brother Su, Dao being desolate martial's body was crippled by a half-martial ancestor, and he lost his divine phoenix bone and the creation green lotus. His combat strength is no longer as strong as before. Furthermore, there are many exceptional paragons and monster incarnates in this generation. There are people who can go against desolate martial." "Oh, name them." Su Zimo asked. Yulan said, "I heard that the Yuan clan of the 4 major cultivation clans has given birth to a monster incarnate. His Dao title is Wu Shuang, and he is the #1 Dao being of the North region. The reason why I'm heading to the North region Dao Meet is because I hope to get this person to help." If Dao Bing Wushuang can make a move to suppress desolate martial and fight against ethereal peak with the Yuan clan's power, Great Yu will definitely be able to revive our dynasty. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he realized that Dao Bing Wushuang should be Yuan Wushuang. At the mention of Dao Bing Wushuang, a look of hatred flashed through the eyes of the Golden Lion. However, he was sprawled on the side and no one noticed him. Su Zimo asked again, "Do you have a deep relationship with Dao Bing Wushuang?" "Not really." Yu Lan shook her head and sighed gently. "Although we're both at the Void Reversion Realm, I don't have the chance to come into contact with Dao Bing Wushuang, given his status. I'm just a stranger." "If that's the case, why would he help you?" Su Zimo asked. When she heard that question, Yu Lan suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere became awkward. Forget it, forget it." Su Zimo waved it off casually. To be fair, Su Zimo was not curious what methods Yu Lan would use to employ Yuan Wushuang's help. He was merely asking casually earlier on. Yu Lan took a deep breath and suddenly raised her head. "I heard that Dao Bing Wushuang likes beauties." Pausing for a moment, her face turned slightly red. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I think that I'm not bad-looking. Furthermore, I'm at the Void Reversion Realm and was once the princess of Great Yu. I believe that he'll definitely be interested." Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Yu Lan to have such plans. "Is it worth it?" Su Zimo asked instead. "As long as I can help Great Yu revive, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing my body." Yu Lan's tone was firm, but right after, her eyes dimmed and she smiled bitterly. "I'm sure you must be despising me, right?" "That's right. I deserve to be looked down upon for belittling myself like this." This was something extremely private and shameful. For some reason, Yu Lan told it to Su Zimo. "You don't have to say that." Su Zimo shook his head. Yu Lan sniffed and forced a smile. "I've been holding it in for a long time. It's much more comfortable to talk about it. For some reason, I just feel that you're trustworthy." Pausing for a moment, she blinked at Su Zimo. A woman's sixth sense is very accurate. Standing behind Su Zimo, Nian Qi could not help but roll her eyes cutely and thought to herself that this woman was an idiot. She wished she could say it out loud. What bullshit sixth sense! This handsome, refined man before you is the Dao Bing desolate martial that you want to suppress. Night Spirit's gaze turned strange as well. When Su Zimo saw how honest the other party was, he could not pretend any longer and sighed. "Actually, my name is Su Zimo." Chapter 1142, Qian Heaven City. Chapter 1142, Qian Heaven City. "Ah!" Yu Lan exclaimed softly with a delighted expression. "Brother Su, you finally let down your guard and told me your real name." Su Zimo was stunned. Yu Lan's reaction was completely out of his expectations. Instinctively, he looked at the three Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. The three Dharma characteristic Dao Lords did not react either when they heard Su Zimo's name. Desolate martial wishes to establish a Dao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Everyone knew of the title Desolate Martial. Apart from some old friends, not many people in the cultivation world knew that Desolate Martial's name was Su Zimo. It was like how everyone knew of the title of Azura, but did not know that his name was Yen Beichen. There were many void reversions that died in the hands of Su Zimo, and he did not know the names of some of the titular disciples either. To these paragons and monster incarnates, the Dao title was their symbol. Usually when befriending other fellow Taoists, they would only say their Dao titles. A name like Su Zimo was more like a mark of the mortal world. Su Zimo was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly and felt relieved. That was normal. Although he was bent on killing Dao Bing Xianyu, he did not know Dao Bing Xianyu's name at all. It was enough that he knew that his Dao name was Xianyu and that he was from Glass Palace. It did not matter what his name was. Initially, Su Zimo's intention was to remind Yu Lan. In fact, He was already prepared for a huge battle. However, he did not expect that Yulan did not know his name. Instead, she misunderstood his intentions of revealing his name as him letting down his guard. "Brother Su, I want to revive my dynasty. Are you willing to help me?" Yulan took a deep breath and looked at Su Zimo without blinking, asking softly with anticipation. Su Zimo shook his head. Yulan's eyes dimmed. "I know that this request is a little abrupt, but—" Before Yulan could finish, Su Zimo interrupted her with a wave of his hand. With a calm expression, he replied bluntly, "Don't think about reviving your dynasty anymore. It's impossible." Yulan frowned slightly and felt a little angry. It was her dream to revive her dynasty. She did not want to admit defeat. She did not think that she would lose either. As long as she could obtain Dao Bing Wushuang's help and suppress Dao Bing Desolate Marshal, she would definitely be able to rebuild the Great Yu and fight against the Great Zhou for a split of the North region's territory. Earlier on, she thought that this person was pleasing to the eye. However, she suddenly realized that this green-robed cultivator was a little annoying. "Brother Su, even if you don't intend to help, there's no need to attack me as such, right?" Yulan tried her best to control her emotions and said in a deep voice, "If I can obtain the support of some aristocratic families or gentry clans during this trip to the North region Dao Meet, not only will I be able to revive my dynasty, I might even be able to overturn the Great Zhou dynasty." "Impossible." Su Zimo shook his head and smiled, saying word by word, "As long as Desolate Marshal is alive, you will never be able to revive your dynasty and topple the Great Zhou dynasty. Fate is decided by our own hands." Yulan's tone turned unyielding as well. "I intend to ask Dao Bing Wushuang to help this time round. If he's willing to help, Desolate Marshal won't be able to do anything." "Ha ha ha." Su Zimo reared his head and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Yulan asked coldly. Su Zimo pursed his lips. "Is Dao Bing Wushuang that powerful?" In this generation, there are many paragons and monster incarnates. It's a golden era for the entire Tianhuang mainland. Desolate Marshal isn't invincible either. There will definitely be someone who can surpass him and trample him beneath their feet. Yulan was enraged, and her expression turned cold. She could understand why Su Zimo would not want to help her. However, this person was way too despicable. He was actually sparing no effort to attack her. She truly could not accept that. At that moment, Yulan did not realize that Su Zimo was not trying to attack her. Instead, he was reminding her to back off to avoid defeat. Both of them did not have the same viewpoint. They would only end up arguing if the conversation continued. Although the two Dharma characteristic Dao lords behind Yulan did not say anything, their gazes toward Su Zimo were cold. Earlier on, they did not express anything when Su Zimo threatened their princes. After all, their princes were the ones who were unreasonable first. Now that the green-robed cultivator was so brazen as to argue with Princess Yulan, the two Dharma characteristic Dao lords wanted to kill him. As long as Yulan gave the order or a look, both of them would attack decisively. Yulan stood up and intended to leave. The two Dharma characteristic Dao lords even asked with their eyes if she wanted to make a move on the green-robed cultivator. She shook her head gently. Although she was a little angry, it was not to the point where she wanted to kill indiscriminately. Furthermore, she and Su Zimo merely had different thoughts and opinions. The two of them were still chatting casually earlier on, and there was no need for them to kill each other. Yulan turned back to look at Su Zimo. The green-robed cultivator was still sipping his tea indifferently, as though he did not realize that his words had nearly gotten him killed. This person has no shrewdness at all. Could I have misjudged him? Yulan sighed internally and turned to leave. Su Zimo, who was seated at the table, was expressionless, but he sighed internally. If Yulan had not stopped the two Dharma characteristic Dao lords from attacking. The 2 imperial advisors would have been reduced to 2 corpses by now. Yulan thought that she had saved Su Zimo's life by stopping the 2 Dharma characteristic Tao lords because of her benevolence. However, she did not know that her benevolence had saved herself. For the next few days, Yulan spent most of her time in the cabin. She would only come out occasionally to chat with Su Zimo. However, after their previous argument, there was clearly more animosity between the 2 of them. Although Yulan did not chase Su Zimo and the others away, she did not have the same enthusiasm as when they first met. On the other hand, the 2 princes were much friendlier towards Su Zimo. Each time, they would smile and accompany him, as though they had already forgotten about their previous unhappiness. About 10 days later, the outline of a city gradually appeared on the horizon. As they got closer, the city became clearer. The city walls extended for 500 kilometers with no end in sight. Traces of time were etched on the gigantic black bricks. How long was 500 kilometers? Cultivators who had just entered the void reversion realm could only extend their spirit consciousness to a radius of 50 kilometers. Only the spirit consciousness of Dharma characteristic Tao lords could extend to 500 kilometers. Just by looking at the outline of the ancient city, one could tell that it was grand and majestic, even more spectacular than the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. It was like an ancient behemoth sprawled on the ground. Qian Heaven City. It had a long history and could be traced back to the ancient era. All these years, the North Region Tao meet would be held in this ancient city. Su Zimo's group arrived before the city. Although their spirit vessel was huge, it was as tiny as a grain of sand before the ancient city. We're finally here. Yulan stood in front of the spirit vessel and murmured softly as she looked at the massive ancient city before her. She had a complicated expression, and her eyes flashed with anticipation, struggle, helplessness, and shame. If you regret it, it's not too late to return now. Su Zimo could sense the change in Yulan's emotions and said indifferently. Yulan was silent. Eventually, her gaze turned resolute. As long as she could revive her dynasty, she would not regret it no matter how huge a price she had to pay. Since I've come this far, there's no way out for me. Yulan clenched her fists and said resolutely,